they will make the cuts and join so that there won't be smear. So you will, the movement will, you won't see. You will see the same scene continuously from a different angles. So that's what made the movie making experience much more naturalistic. And so that's the idea that we got, led us to say, user experience. Thank you very much. User experience, when it matches the user, it tends to be ideal user experience. Is that clear?
But just but how are we relating it to saccade is what I didn't get.
Yeah, saccadic eye movements are basically the eye movements that you make when you are viewing a scene. So the eye has this point, very small part of the retina where it has high sensitivity. So when you right now, I bring my eye to look at you. And even when I'm looking at you, like focusing on your picture, the eye will be making microsaccades, meaning it will be viewing you from different angles. That is how, see, if you stabilize, you remember in the classwork abstract I said, stabilizes images fade away, meaning disappear. If the image moves along with your retina, now you can have, you can watch your eye movements by infrared camera and move the image along with the retina. If you do that, and then the image disappears. That again goes back to the basic principle that the basic building block of our visual experience is contrast. So it is the so when you stabilize or make it when the what the retina sees is your picture, over time you will disappear. Like within few maybe 50 milliseconds, you will disappear if your image is stabilized with respect to the eye. Meaning if I move your image along with the movements of and make it align with your eye movements, so basically the fovea or high sensitivity part will always be looking at you, and this that becomes a constant, and constants are always discounted. It is the variation that is perceived, or the contrast, that change that is perceived.
Okay, got it. Yes, now I get it. Yes. So is it? So this is what do you call eye tracking?
Yeah. So you track the eye. If you want to, these eye tracking devices are used in conditions where you want to place the eye. Place the stimuli at the and move the stimuli along with the eye movements. But eye tracking is also used, say for example, in the case of that, to see where the eye is focusing in the image. That's how you got, if you go back to the first few slides of the first lecture, you see these white dots and lines overimposed on an image. So that is what you get from eye tracking. So the dots are the points where the eye was fixating, and the lines are the saccadic eye movements going from one point to another point. They go in a ballistic, the saccadic eye movements are ballistic in nature. They don't go like smooth curve. They go like as if you fire a ballistic missile. So they are not smooth, like smooth tracking. Smooth tracking is also there, but it is very difficult for eyes to smoothly track something. It is always like jerky movements or ballistic movements. So saccades are also saccadic eye movements have this characteristic feature which is called ballistic. Like it's as if you fire a ballistic missile. That's why you need the cut, meaning the sharp cutting. transitions, so that the contrast will be there. But that contrast is what that counterintuitively gives you the smoothness,
Yes. Yeah. It
because
makes
it matches with the nature, the way we look at the world.
helps us to focus also, like on the
Yeah,
movie. Yeah. Get the
yeah,
idea.
yeah.
Right. In the movie, if we don't cut, if it's a very long shot,
Yeah.
we'll get bored.
It is very unnatural viewing experience, and visually it becomes very taxing, or annoying, to put it bluntly.
Got it. Yes.
Okay, shall we start? Huh?
Yes, yes, I do. Let's do it.
So now we are on day 5. Huh? We'll start. We'll go over mirror neurons and empathy, huh? And then we'll look at emotions and feelings. Huh? And the last topic would be decision making. But as we talked earlier, huh? First, hopefully, by first I'll start with. So there are few. What is this? Leftovers from yesterday that I want to wind up, go over quickly. And once I finish that, then I'll go to mirror neurons and empathy, and then I will go to emotions and feelings. And then I think by the time we finish emotions and feelings, our lunch break might come, I'm guessing. After lunch, we'll have this loud writing collective. And after that, we'll watch Richard Taylor's Nobel Prize lecture. And the one thing that was a little bit, for some reason, I couldn't make, they won't let you, what is this, make it full screen. But I thought it was okay, because he makes a lot of interesting points that you might find interesting. Yeah. Did you guys come across this book, Nudge? Or do you want me to upload that book too?
Sir, if you have the book, please upload it.
Okay, I'll upload it too.
Thank you so much, sir. You do a lot of really good research work for us. We promise we'll
Mm.
follow up with it.
So, and with that, it will be goodbye time for goodbyes. So now let me start. So I felt bad for Corona. Yesterday I was bad mouthing Corona. No, so I thought I should think of something good that Corona does to in terms of user experience. I don't know how many of you drink chai on the roadside, buddies. What do you call them, buddies? In Telugu, we call them buddies. Huh? Uh, uh, so my claim here is that thanks to Corona, roadside chai user experience. Does this sound awkward? Roadside chai user experience. In fact, Michael Albeit, who wrote that book, "Brain in Buildings" or "Brain in the Buildings" or something like that, and that you can download from the. I mentioned couple of that raised gaze is from that for religious experiences from his book. So he finds it very, he says it's very awkward to speak of living in a house as a user experience of a house. Then I think I too agree with him in some sense. So, but since this user experience has become sort of the default terminology, but I used it, but you know what I mean by user experience, drinking chai. So the question is how and how, in what respect? Does anybody drink chai on the streets or street corner, buddies?
Sir, we call it
Like,
tapri on the campus. There are two right outside the campus.
yeah. Do you guys
Yeah,
go there and drink?
some people do.
Yeah, but I think if I remember correctly, here I think the chai user experience before and after Corona is the same. So you probably, yeah, if I remember from last year, I don't think it made any difference in these two capris. Huh? The way mm, so probably you have to think of some other small tea shop uh, mm, uh, uh, where you go and stand and drink tea around the roadside tea. And that's might give you the idea. If you have never had tea on the Capri tea, then probably will not get it. I'll move on. I don't want to if there is no. If you never had this roadside chai, you won't get it. So I'll move on. Let me know if you never had it.
Sure, sir. We
Sir,
have
I think
we don't have
it
access
has
to it.
reduced, sir.
Huh?
I think it has reduced because near my home there used to be like a small tea shop, not
Yeah.
tea shop. It's like a push
Yeah.
cart
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Now I am seeing just like the 50% or just 40% of the crowd that I used to see last year.
No. I'm not talking about the crowd, but I'm talking about the user experience of. If you had to go and drink chai at that push cart before Corona, and if you drink chai now, I would say your user experience of drinking the chai has increased. Would increase.
How is it
Have you
increased,
had?
sir? You are saying it is enhanced. Enhanced meaning in a positive way or negative way?
Yeah, positive way. And I don't think does anybody use enhanced in a negative way?
Yeah, that's what I'm like. People like how we are saying it in a positive way because most of the people are paranoid these days, and that coffee in a roadside is actually people uh, might get scared. Like
No,
people, all
no.
kinds of people
Discount
come there.
all the discount all those factors. You drank tea before Corona at the tea shop, and you drank tea now during these Corona times. So if you did that, I am claiming that your user experience, your tea drinking experience is enhanced. It is a much more closer to ideal. I would claim it is much more closer to ideal user experience. We haven't touched this particular aspect of user experience or experience, particular attribute of experience that makes it an ideal experience. So this particular attribute we haven't talked about, but this is an important attribute. So I thought this is what whether it comes up, you encounter this attribute in lot of places, and Kahneman wrote a paper on this also. So I thought I'll talk about it.
Sir, I want to say something about this.
Right.
Uh, Before Corona, a
Yeah,
tea shop near me. So
yeah,
whenever we go there,
yeah,
so he gave us tea in a glass cup.
yeah,
So we
yeah.
have to specially ask him to give us in a disposable cup. And right now, without asking him, he is giving us in a disposable cup.
Yeah.
So this change is happen.
Yeah, you are right on target, but I want you to get to the experience part. See, there is remember there is always this behavioral and material things that change. That is not what we are interested in. What we are interested in, how the experience changed when you drank from a glass versus when you are drinking from a paper cup.
Right.
So think about the nature of the glass that was given. Think about the physical attributes of the glass that was given earlier days.
Yeah, it was less clean.
It's
Yeah,
not
it's
hot.
no.
It's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
hot
yes.
to hold.
Yeah. You're who is that?
Vidya here.
Where
So
are you? Oh, yeah, I see you now. Yeah. You're right on target.
yeah, so it's not hot to hold. Like glass is like generally very hot to hold, but paper cups are not that hot to hold. Also, it's cleaner. Like you wouldn't have suspicions if it's washed properly or not.
I think your experience is. Yeah, I'm not saying it is not. You are there, but you are not you have not experienced the experience that I wanted you to experience. See, if you should go to really gunky buddy, like the kinds of buddies I go to. See,
Okay,
no,
sir.
Corona can't do anything to me. It will die if it invades me. If it invades me. See, you got to the glass, but you try to imagine the nature of the glass. Say, you said it is hot. Huh? So, a lot of times they have only a finite number of glasses. So, once in a while, you might encounter your hot tea served in dash dash.
Two glasses, sir. One glass on top of another.
No.
Cold glass.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Right. No, you're right on target. Yeah.
Hot tea served in a cold glass makes your tea cold, but now you always get hot tea.
No, yeah. No. Focus on what happens.
Glass.
So when so basically, why is the glass cold? Because he probably took the glass that was somebody drank, and he had this bowl of water in which he keeps washing all the glasses from morning till evening, and he washed it and he did like this, or he didn't do that also, and he probably does that, and then he pours it. So now right now imagine like what would be the nature of the glass when it is freshly washed. And when you pour the so you have to really focus on the glass. You said the cold part is correct, and what else would it have?
Sir, I think this is the right time for you to tell us what you're expecting.
Moisture, water.
Yeah, you're getting there. Moisture, you're getting there.
So it has
Water.
Huh?
leftover water and moisture.
Yeah, water. So there would be on the rim, around the rim, there would be a little bit tiny water drops. So when you take a sip, the what happens? The
It's
thing that you'll
diluted
be tasting first,
is water.
water. And my claim is that 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 is a bad user experience.
It's a very minute,
Huh?
fine
That was a very
observation.
specific answer you were looking for, sir. Very specific.
No. But this is part of our culture. Every time you have an experience, whatever might that be, the experience of a wedding or the experience of whatever. So you are having a conference. What do they make sure? We have recently gone through the festival that is related to this. The beginning should be good, auspicious beginnings. So that's why you pray to Ganesha, no? Like when you're doing something, or let it. So I'm giving you more hints than you deserve. So the experience is determined by the beginning of the experience. So this is commonplace experience, no? The first experiences make lasting experiences. This is not something. I'm not coming up with anything profound or novel here. This is something that but at the same time, I'm not saying it is easy. See, it is so obvious that it is very difficult to see. It is right. All you come across all the time. You see that all the time. So it gets discounted. So this is an invariant feature, trying to make sure that beginning of an experience should be you give the best. You put the best in the beginning.
Sir, is there like this makes sense, and I think
Yeah.
there are a lot of, like, in language there are a lot of sayings around this. A job well begun is half done and things like that.
Yeah.
And I know I'm putting my foot in my own mouth by asking this, but is there some neuroscientific evidence that supports this?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, Kahneman wrote a paper. I'm going to get to that.
Okay,
And
thank you.
I have already given you an example from auditory domain. If you remember, I have given, and that involves my name. Your memory, I think you guys thinks is going through 1 year and going out of another year. I'm much older than you. I can remember the things I say. So now this wet glasses versus non-wet paper cups. This part we finished. Huh? So the moral is good start. That part we finished. Huh? So now this is the question. IUX is characterized by good start and now that I saw.
What is IUX? So what does I stands for?
Ideal user experience.
See, I'm trying to think like you. I'm trying to make you think like me. See, they say, like when you do experiments with monkeys, you have to train them to. If I don't remember, I think I'll try to remember. I think we'll get. So one thing, for example, in yesterday's video, you might have seen the rat doing things. But these things you have to train the rat to do. And similarly with monkeys. And you can't talk to them. Say for a human subject, when you can tell, okay, stare at the screen, there will be the trial starts when a red dot appears on the screen, and then when you press the button, press the left arrow, one stimuli will come, and if the stimuli is what is this? If you press this enter button, whenever you are ready to start the experiment, and red dot, fixation dot will come, and you look at the red dot, and then after some time, some random amount of time, few milliseconds, a stimuli will appear. That will be moving either to the left or the right. If you see it moving as left, press the leftward arrow. If you seeing moving to the right, press the rightward arrow. That is the experiment. So it is very easy for me to do this experiment on subjects. We do some manipulation with the stimuli. The stimuli may not, you remember, the stimuli might be moving one direction, but it will make it appear to move in another direction. Those kind of things we'll do. But that the subject need not know about it. All he has to know about it is when you are ready to start the trial, press enter button. And if you see the stimuli moving left, you press the leftward arrow. And if you see it moving to the right, you press the rightward arrow. But how are you going to tell this to the monkey? So you want the monkey to do exactly the same thing. So it requires, and so it requires a lot of training. It takes 6 months or sometimes depending on the monkeys. And this is based on reward. And you basically you start at very slow. For example, I won't go more into the details. It involves like very gradually you train it basically. Why am I talking about this?
So you are trying to tell us good start and what else?
Oh, I think basically I was trying to say, in any case, I forgot. Oh, so basically, they say while you're trying to train the monkey will train you. Meaning, the monkey will train you to give reward without it doing any task, without it learning what you're trying to train it to learn. That will happen. So while I'm trying to make you think like me, you're probably trying to make me think like you. That's the point I was trying to get at. Okay, so let's go back. So what is IUX is characterized by good start and what? This is part of how everybody knows this. So if an experience has a beginning, so if the whole experience has to be good, what else does it have to have?
A good ending.
Exactly. Who is that, please?
Is Sandeepana here?
Yeah. That's the end of the story. All is well if it ends well. So now comes another question. Use these two points. An experience is good if it starts good and ends good.
If a child knows candy is following, like my mother always used to buy me something after I got an injection.
Yeah, exactly. No, right now we'll ask the question how, but in that particular case, now we are only looking at the experience of injection, nothing else. It has a beginning, it has an ending, and it is the experience is characterized by pain. So now you want to minimize the pain. That would make it ideal user experience, no, so to speak. So how would you make ideal user experience? How would you make this injection, what is this, less painful?
You give them something else and distract them, like show them some good picture or give them something to keep them occupied with.
Yeah.
And make them feel comfortable. And try to make them feel comfortable along with that.
Yeah. This all are about. But you're let's say you're a grown up. Huh? You don't find candy and toys distracting. You are like have a high levels of generalized anxiety like me. Like you'll be looking at the nurse, like when is she going to come close to me? Yeah? So in my case, how would you make the pain less painful?
Local anesthesia?
No. That is like you are adding. Of course, you can do it. Of course, that's what. If you want to do it, do it. I wouldn't mind. But what I'm trying to get at is, you remember, my objective is always try to remember what is that we are talking about. An experience can be is how you experience something is determined by whether how it started, whether it has an auspicious beginning or whether it ended well. If all is well, if it ends well, all is well if it's had an auspicious beginning, good beginnings and good endings. So that is the domain of discourse we are in. So don't go outside of that. So always think, yeah, from that perspective only. So that is the point I have been emphasizing all along. So there are many ways to do the things, but try to focus on the thing that we are given. So if we are given the data, that then you can make an experience better by making the beginning better and by making the ending better. That is the general principle we have. So now you have an injection that is a painful injection. So how would you? So it starts with pain, it ends with pain, poking and pulling out. The sharp thing going in and sharp thing coming out. That is the injection experience. So stick to that. Just as we stick to the what is this coffee, tea, chai drinking experience to the beginning, when the experience was not that of chai but that was of cold, dirty water. And you can say the same thing at the ending also. If it has a lot of sludge, that is ruins the chai experience. So these two things. Yeah. So the same thing. So how would you make this experience, painful experience, less painful?
So, according to me, what I think is if we can tell the person, okay, this painful experience is going to last for this much amount of time, say 10 seconds, then the person can mentally prepare themselves for the process. For example, I have another example. When we log in for any new app, they tell us that you have to give certain permissions, like to allow gallery access, to allow contact access. And on the bottom, they say, this is one of the 4 things. Then you tap them, click, 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 and you're mentally prepared. Okay, I have to click that button 4 times to get done with this process of logging in to the app. Similarly, same goes for this experience. If we already tell the customer or the person who's going to go through the process that this is the amount of time that you have to like sustain the pain or whatever, then the person is mentally prepared. Is something that I think might work.
No, I'm not this. I completely agree with you. But I want you to, again, let me go back. See, in the case of tea drinking experience, the way you can make the tea drinking experience good is simply, instead of, you're not adding any extra elements. You're simply, instead of serving in a cold container, you're serving in a hot container. And also you're making sure there is no sludge. So we remain within the realm of the tea drinking experience only. We didn't leave out of it. So in that sense, we'll remain in the realm of poking and pulling. Poking is the beginning, pulling out is the beginning, ending of the experience. So we'll stay within that and we'll try to see what we can do within this poking and pulling to make it less painful. So I'll give you a hint.
What's the hint, sir? Oh, acha. Okay, I can see it.
Sir, if you want to give someone injection, do it next to a surgery room. Make them expect they were going to get surgery and then give them injection instead.
This is the last thing you should be doing. See, I remember there is this crackpot near us. He is a psychiatrist. I hope none of you guys go to him. See, he came up with this idea that see, psychiatric people have a lot of problems, no?
Sir, is the answer make it quick?
No, it is exactly the opposite.
pinch somewhere else and then give an injection somewhere else so that your attention, then it's distraction basically. It's not the right
Is it
answer.
halal versus jhatka kind of concept?
What is that concept? I don't know that concept.
As in like the non-veg thing, like halal, you do it slowly, and jhatka, you cut it in one go. They cut the animal in one go. So
No, that's a different religious tangent.
I'm not talking about the religious aspect. I'm just talking about the act of doing it.
I think it's that whole make it quick situation that Arun was just talking about.
But sir
So
said,
they say halal makes it more delicious and jhatka doesn't. So I'm not a non-veg person. That's what I have heard. So that's why I'm asking.
Okay. See, the hint says more pain is less pain. So basically, if you want to lessen this pain, you have to add more pain. So if you can see my hands, like say, when you push the injection, push it, then that is the point it will have the peak amount of pain when it goes in. And that is in the beginning is when you get the peak amount of pain. And when she pulls out, when the nurse pulls out, that is when you get the peak amount. So both the ending and beginning have high amounts of pain. So now going back to the idea that experience is good if the beginning and ending are good. What would you do to that? So let's say the beginning pain is this magnitude, the ending pain is this magnitude.
Sir, they both look the
Sir,
same.
I'll try to maximize.
They both look the same. Are you saying it's the same?
Yeah, they both are same. So
Okay,
now
go for it, sir.
this is what is making it painful. Beginning is huge pain and ending is huge pain. Like even from the, if you are having a tooth pulled, like when he yanks it, that's when you feel the maximum pain. If you are going. But let's focus on the injection part. So when she pushes in, you get steep pain. When she pulls out, you get steep pain. So now this part you can't avoid. This has to happen. She has to go in, or the nurse has to go in and come out of, needle has to go in and come out.
So somehow make the pain constant so that the person gets used to the pain.
Dilute
Very
it maybe.
sadistic answer.
So that would involve keep on going in, or when you go in scraping around, that would mush the tissue and make. So let's stick to this part of pushing in and pulling out. So I'll give you another hint. Let's say. What is this? As you go in, if you go through, say I have to go through 1 millimeter, you get this pain, this much pain. In the beginning, the nurse goes 1 millimeter and comes out 1 millimeter. That's what is giving you this much pain and this much pain. So, and let's say the pain is proportional to the depth of the tissue you go in. So how can you make it less painful?
Sir, by maximizing the time of injecting.
No, just tell me what you do in the beginning and what you do in the end. So right now what I'm doing is I'm going 1 millimeter in, and that is causing this much pain. I'm going 1 millimeter coming out 1 millimeter, and that is causing the same peak amount of pain.
Don't go too deep.
Yeah, exactly. So what they do is, good nurses, what they do is they don't go all the way in. So initially they will go only slightly in and stay there for some time. That will give you a little bit pain, and while you are experiencing that little pain, then that is what you'll be, your experience will be latched to. Just as your experience, the entire tea drinking experience is latched to the beginning. That's this experience. And similarly, when she comes out, she comes all the way out and stops at the edge. This happens very quickly, and she stays for an extra. Usually, she could come out and make it less, but she will add like 50 milliseconds, 500 milliseconds in the beginning, where she goes little bit in, barely upper dermis in, and stays there for 100 milliseconds or so. So your pain will be that low pain. You begin with that low pain, and then she will go in. Then the pain will increase by that much amount, and then it will stay. And when she comes out again, there will be a large pain, but she won't come all the way out. She will stop right at the dermis and stay there for a few seconds. So the ending pain will also be less pain. And this is the standard procedure in all painful procedures. So doctors, when doing surgery, or so a lot of times whenever they have to put something, I hope none of you have to go through, but if you are going to a ventilator, they'll put something in your tube into your mouth. So when they do that also, that's a very painful procedure. So what they will do is, they will basically they will add extra pain, but less pain in the beginning and less pain in the end, so that your experience, your memory, or your recollection, when you come out of the ventilator or whatever, you remember it as less painful. So if you remember it as less painful, you're likely to go for the next injection. That's the point. The idea is, you may have to go for the injection if your memory of your experience is that it is unpleasant, then you won't go back. No. So if you want the user to come back to have that experience, you make it less painful. So now translate it into websites.
So you load it in parts, or you prioritize information and give it. If you can't provide everything at once, try providing it in parts, so that some level of satisfaction is there. The pain is reduced, or waiting complete for everything. Maybe.
Yeah, no, you're there. That is there. So, but let's go back to the example that we saw, which is the. 1 second, huh? This one. Sign, just sign. Oh, every page. 1 second. Huh? In the meantime, you might want to think about the website sign that I was complaining about. Science magazine website.
Hey Shali, nice hairstyle, dude.
Thank you. So, what is that I was complaining about, that website?
Ads.
Yeah, when do they come?
In the beginning on top.
Exactly. Yeah. So that is so. Let the reader, give the reader what he wants in the beginning, and then you make your money little later. that would, so then I won't remember if this adds so my experience would be I got what I want, and but won't be the that I'm bombarded. The time when I try to click one thing, another ad pops up. So wait for a few milliseconds before you try to sell everything under the sky to me.
Yes, I do. Sometimes we have to do unforgivable things for funding.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying you have to do. You don't have to put ads. All I'm saying is, don't start with blasting the ad in the very first few milliseconds. If you look at if you take a timer and count, it's like barely you go in and you think you are there and you are about to scroll, and this ad blasts into you in your face. Okay, this is the last leftover. And I must admit, this doesn't have anything to do with what we are talking about until now. Huh? This is what I felt. So it doesn't follow from anything that we talked up till now. Most of the time, what we talk is something that follows or relates to what we are talking. But this is something that I think it doesn't usually happen. But for some reason, it happened. I don't know why the videographer did this. It is something exactly the opposite that he should be doing. He did. What he did is exactly something opposite to what he should be doing in yesterday's video.
So when he was showing the presentation, it was on static slides, but when there was a video playing or he was explaining a concept where the presentation was changing, it was not focusing on the presentation, it was focusing on the person.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I didn't understand why he was doing that. Like,
It was quite annoying.
Yeah, that's what annoyed me. Yeah, you don't. Okay, so let's go to mirror neurons. Sorry, Shalin, I didn't put the slide topic change. So mirror neurons and empathy. So mirror neurons are neurons that fire, meaning that signal when one is doing an action or when one is seeing the action. So if you see, they might fire, some neuron might fire when you grab a book to read, or it might fire when you are looking at somebody grabbing a book to read in the library, for example. Say. Is that clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, I do.
Yeah. So now, so basically, mirror mechanism is basically they say is understanding from the inside. That is basically imitation. So basically, when you look at somebody grabbing a book, your the neuron that fires when you are actually grabbing a book. What does it mean? Basically, it is like you are imitating the action. Is that clear? So, a mirror mechanism is basically the mirror action is basically the neuron that fires when you are doing something is firing when you are observing or seeing somebody else do the same thing. So you are looking at somebody doing something and the mirror neuron is firing. Basically, this would otherwise fire when you are doing that. So basically, it is like you look at somebody doing something and you are doing that thing. Is that clear?
That is clear, yeah.
Imitation. So mirror mechanism is basically imitation. You do something, you are looking at something being done and you are doing. because in the sense the mirror neuron that would otherwise get activated when you're doing it is getting activated. So you're looking at something being done, and this neuron is signaling as if you're doing it, meaning the same thing. So basically, your experience would be that of imitating the action that is being observed. And there is another thing that point I wanted to make about the mirror mechanism is it is especially Rizalot and Arbib, Michael Arbib, the guy who wrote about this building thing. They put forward this that basically if you think instead of thinking as action and observing the action and imitating it. So there the commonality is between is the action being imitated. So if you think of the action that you are observing is some communication, then the requirement this mirror mechanism can serve by virtue of being activated when the signal is sent and when the signal is received. So in some sense, in that sense, since it is getting activated when the signal is whatever it might be sent and received. So that is the idea that earlier theories of communication used to have. In order for a communication to be effective, basically the sender if the receiver knows only English, then the sender should talk in English. That's the idea, and that's the meaning of this equality. We'll get to this, but first we'll look at this point of understanding from the inside, that is imitation. So what is the opposite of imitation? So now when you think of this, this in some sense follows from what we are talking about. So it might help to, of course, there are a lot of things we have been talking about, but it might help to think of some of the things that we have been thinking about. Or you simply focus on what exactly is happening when you imitate. What exactly you try to come up with the definition of imitation.
Imitation would be doing something that you see being done.
So, there is you, and there is
something there is the thing
somebody else. Somebody
yeah.
else.
Yeah.
There is you, and there is somebody else.
Yeah.
And in some are more technical or a little bit more abstract in general terms, there is self, and then there is the other.
Yeah.
So when you imitate, what is that happening?
When I imitate whatever I see the other person doing, or
no, just stick with these two concepts, just self and other. So
self is emulating the other.
Repetition of activities?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you are there, but I'm trying to see whether you are exactly where I wanted you to get or not. Since you got there, I'll give you this. So when you imitate, the other is brought into the self. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, now you want to get to the opposite of imitation.
I want to
The
put
op-
myself in the other.
Yeah. What is the word for that?
Empathy.
Yeah. Good.
Wow. Okay.
So this is clear, no?
Yeah.
Shall we move on?
I actually never thought that the opposite of imitation can be empathy.
Yeah, me too. I didn't too. Thanks to see, that's what I insist on teachers also being tested what they learn when teaching the class. Because I learned it when I was trying to prepare for this lecture. So teacher should learn as much as the student. I knew imitation, I knew empathy, a lot of times, but in trying to present it, in trying to make you think like me, I got a better understanding of how I think. Shall we move on?
Yes, I do.
Or if you have any questions, please feel to ask. Or if you want to discuss more.
It just like I think in this, are we going to talk about mirror neurons more, or are we going to move on from this?
Probably. Let me see. Yeah, I think I'll go into language.
Okay, so then I just wanted to add here because I think I have studied a little bit about mirror neurons in the past, and I think it is, and you can, Raidu, you can probably tell me if I am right or not in my understanding, but it seems like
I am
mirror
also no
neurons.
expert. I am novice in everything.
But it seems like mirror neurons kind of formed the focal point of human evolution, like the fact that through empathy we're able to learn without being taught.
Yeah. I agree.
So I think like there's this whole study around how millions of years ago there was this point where our like humans being able to do things and the tasks we could do took this exponential leap, and that time
No,
is actually
bro.
marked.
See, you don't use technical terms unless you have.
Okay, it took a long leap. Okay, very much more. Like we could do a lot many more things than
So
we were
I
able to
don't
do.
mean I didn't mean to be so rude. I
No,
don't
that's
like
fair.
the word of using don't. I don't. The word that I am trying to erase from my vocabulary is don't. Yeah, go ahead.
No, but that's fair. I think since I'll be writing about this as well, I should be aware of that. There was this point where suddenly we were able to do a lot more things, and all of this coincided with the fire and the wheel and all of that. And I think that is that same time around which we could see the emergence of mirror neurons as well. So in a sect of people living together, if one person was doing something, everybody saw that person and adapted and started doing that as well. And I think from there it has just been like the growth of the things we could do without being taught how to do them were a lot. And that is essentially, it is said that mirror neurons are the single thing which is credited with making us human versus Homo sapiens.
Yeah, I think Michael Arby has a lot of papers along these lines. Michael Arby. So probably you might be talking about one of his papers. It's conceivable also. But what is this? Yeah, I agree with what you said.
And I also wanted to ask you, there's this whole trend online these days, which is called ASMR. Essentially, you see, so people record videos of themselves eating, and you really hear the sound very clearly. So is that also a place where people are targeting our mirror neurons? Because I'll tell you what ASMR stands for. It actually stands for Autonomous Sensory Meridian Response. It's a sensation that I don't know what it is actually, but the thing is, there is like a trove of ASMR videos online of all that people do is they put a mic close to their mouth and eat. And essentially, we hear them eating, and it is just like, it's a mini euphoric feeling.
Oh, you get
Simply
it?
because,
Huh?
yeah, everybody who sees it gets it.
Okay.
So I think that is also a place where mirror neurons are exploited. I mean, I might want to study about that a little more, and I'm sure everybody on this call has seen ASMR videos at
No,
some
I
point or
haven't
the
seen.
other.
I haven't seen. I don't watch videos much, and most of the videos, I see. Even yesterday's video, that was the first time I was watching, and I was like, "What the hell is he doing? Is it every time the rat is running around, he's taking away out of focus?" And I was thinking, sorry about that yesterday.
No. Yeah, so those are the only two things I wanted to say in mirror neurons. Like
Yeah.
this is very exciting for me, especially.
Yeah. No, it's called ASMR videos, huh? Yeah, there is a lot happening.
I will share
Yes,
that
sir.
resource with you today. I do in the class
Yeah.
too.
Yeah. Thank you.
Welcome.
So I think they are using sounds to trigger a lot of things, and it creates that tingling sensation.
Oh.
Yeah. So there's a lot of sound is a prominent thing over here in this ASMR videos. So they're like squishy sounds and I don't know, all those kind of sounds.
Does this really use the mirror neuron, or is this a part where you get associations and you trigger a memory, or some other part of the brain is activated when you hear the sound of eating? What is it? You feel like eating as well.
So what I'm going for there is I feel like when you hear the sound of eating, you feel like you are eating. Like essentially that's what happens. The empathy puts you in that experience.
Oh, like that.
Yeah.
I have, if you don't mind me throwing a bug in your soup. See, why is that we find annoying when we, like, if you are at a lunch table or a restaurant, if somebody is like doing that, you'll be like, what is going on here? Why is that annoying? And somebody sitting next, if it is you hear him eating, you find it very annoying, no?
That's a very valid bug.
So I think people react differently to the sounds and the things around us. Some people just hate it when it happens. For example, if you scratch the blackboard and you imagine that sound, it makes you cringe. Whereas some people have no issues with that. So it's interesting, like how and why it happens, like why the variation is there. Is it a personal choice or what?
But does anybody like to watch? I don't even like to watch people. They will be feeding their lips and other body parts lot of times. The food should go into your mouth. Food, your lips don't need food. And you can see half of their mouth. That is not very pleasant sight to watch. Other people eating. At
Sir,
least for me.
ASMR is not only food videos. There are many ASMR videos. Like they'll use magnetic sand to squish it, and it'll feel the tingling sound or something. Just just type ASMR videos and see. It's not only about the food.
Yeah, also a difference could be mostly when you are listening to an ASMR video, you do not have that experience, you have the absence of that experience. So say if an ASMR is about the sound of a wind rustling through a field, then you are while you are listening to that, you are not in a field, you are at your home. So you get that experience through that. While if for the food example, if you're eating it, you are also having that experience because you're eating and somebody is next to you is making sound. That is a completely different scenario because you are also eating.
Yeah,
But
it's
in
a
ASMR, you
completely
don't
different
have
scenario.
food.
I agree
You're
with that.
listening to.
Yeah.
So I guess that is why it took off, because people could experience things that they are not able to do at that point of time.
Yeah. Yeah. My grand project is basically you wake up in the morning and order the experiences you want for the rest of the day from the menu, or you can pre-order them when you go to bed, and as soon as you get wake up, that is my so you can so I think I might have even titled one of the PDF designer user experiences. So that's what I'm going for. I think we are too evolved and sophisticated enough. We left out to the leave our experience to the what is this? Whims and the fancies of the reality. We should take control of it. Okay. So shall we move on, or does anybody have a question? Yeah, this is very interesting. ASMR, I never heard of it. That is very interesting. Sorry to distract you with. See, I did what exactly what I was telling you not to do. See, that's what happens. While I'm trying to get you to think like me, I'm thinking like you, in the sense I'm bringing all the extraneous stuff that doesn't really take the discussion forward. See, what the thing that I brought in, it doesn't really enrich or clarify how ASMR is eliciting this enhanced user experience. So I think that is what we have to hold back on. So I think you guys are training me. I'm just kidding. I'm blaming it on you. So let's look at this. So in some sense, they are trying to relate. The mirror mechanism came about by while looking at actions, manual actions. The monkey grabbing something to eat, or monkey watching the experimenter grabbing something to eat. And so the neuron firing while he's grabbing something to eat, and also when he's watching the experimenter grabbing something to eat. So it started out at the manual level, and now Arbib and Rizzolatti, they are trying to claim that this is the basis on which the basic scaffolding on which the language faculty was built. That is the claim. So yesterday I uploaded a video, language within our grasp. I think I forgot what I labeled it. I might have labeled it as but the title of the paper is language within our grasp. So they are trying to go from grasp to so it was the grasping action, no, the monkey grasping the food or a peanut or a raisin to put in its mouth. That's what this whole business of mirror neuron started, no. So from there they were trying to get to language by arguing that this mirror neuron. So you can find mirror neurons now within various modalities and domains. So it's that's the reason you can now call it as a mirror mechanism instead of mirror neurons. So now they're going back to language. So what I thought is I will show you a video in which you see how you see a sort of isomorphism between verbal verbal description, meaning sentences or whatever, or speech, and the manual movements or the hand movements. There is an isomorphism between these two to give you an idea that how one could imagine. So basically, isomorphism allows you to go from one to another. Just as you remember when we said there is an isomorphism between fruits, apple and banana, and colors yellow and red. The color of banana is red, banana is yellow, and the color of apple is yellow. You can say, you can talk one in terms of the other. You can, instead of saying apple, you can say red fruit. You can, instead of saying banana, you can say yellow fruit. So once you have this isomorphism or the similarity or the sameness or the likeness, then that makes it so. In order for you to get a feel for what Rizzolatti and Michael Arbib are talking about in this idea, this is a heavily cited paper, Language Within the Grasp. I think if you look in Google Scholars, probably it's the first one in both Arbib's citations and or something of that sort. In any case, it's a short video. It's Richard Feynman talking about physics. Shall we look at it? I think when I press this, it pops another tab, and then I have to switch the share that tab, no? Just to make sure everything goes smooth.
Yes, yes. On top, it will say share this tab. And you can just click on that, you will share that tab. But when you come back to this, you can just do the same thing again and you will come back to this.
Okay. Thank you.
It's very hard to get greasy stuff, but that's sort of wet and slimy. But a solid that's so slippery, because it is in the case of ice that when you stand on it, they say, momentarily the pressure melts the ice a little bit, so you got a sort of instantaneous water surface on which you're slipping. Why on ice and not on other things? Because ice expands when water expands when it freezes, so the pressure tries to undo the expansion and melts it. It's capable of melting it. But other substances contract when they're freezing, and when you push them, they're just satisfied to be solid. Why does water expand when it freezes and other substances don't expand when they freeze? All right? I'm not answering your question, but I'm telling you how difficult a why question is. You have to know what it is that you're permitted to understand and allowed to be understood and known, and what it is you're not. You'll notice in this example that the more I ask why, it gets interesting after all. That's my idea, that the deeper a thing is, the more interesting it is. And we could even go further and say, why did she fall down when she slipped? That has to do with gravity, involved in all the planets and everything else. Never mind, it goes on and on. Now when you ask, for example, why two magnets repel, there are many different levels. It depends on whether you're a student of physics or an ordinary person who doesn't know anything or not. If you're somebody who doesn't know anything at all about it, all I can say is that there's a magnetic force that makes them repel, and that you're feeling that force. And you say, but that's very strange, because I don't feel kind of force like that in other circumstances. When you turn them the other way, they attract. There's a very analogous force, electrical force, which is the same kind of a question. And you say, that's also very weird. But you're not at all disturbed by the fact that when you put your hand on the chair, it pushes you back. But we found out by looking at it that that's the same force, as a matter of fact, the electrical force, not magnetic exactly in that case, but it's the same electrical repulsions that are involved in keeping your finger away from the chair, because everything's made out of its electrical forces in minor and microscopic details. There's other forces involved, but it's connected to electrical forces. It turns out that the magnetic and the electric force with which I wish to explain these things, this repulsion in the first place, is what ultimately is the deeper thing that we have to start, that we can start with, to explain many other things that looked like they were everybody would just accept them. You know, you can't put your hand through the chair. That's taken for granted. But that you can't put your hand through the chair when looked at more closely, why it involves these same repulsive forces that appear in magnets. The situation you then have to explain is why in magnets it goes over a bigger distance than in ordinarily. And there it has to do with the fact that in iron, all the electrons are spinning in the same direction. They all get lined up, and they magnify the effect of the force until it's large enough at a distance that you can feel it. But it's a force which is present all the time and very common, and is in a basic force of almost, I mean, I can go a little further back if I were more technical, but at an early level, I just have to tell you that's going to be one of the things you'll just have to take as an element in the world, the existence of magnetic repulsion, or electrical attraction, magnetic attraction. I can't explain that attraction in terms of anything else that's familiar to you. For example, if we say the magnets attract like as if they were connected by rubber bands, I would be cheating you. Because they're not connected by rubber bands, I shouldn't be in trouble. You'd soon ask me about the nature of the band. And secondly, if you were curious enough, you'd ask me why rubber bands tend to pull back together again, and I would end up explaining that in terms of electrical forces, which are the very things that I'm trying to use the rubber bands to explain. So I have cheated very badly, you see. So I'm not going to be able to give you an answer to why magnets attract each other, except to tell you that they do, and to tell you that that's one of the elements in the world of the different kinds of forces. There are electrical forces, magnetic forces, gravitational forces, and others, and those are some of the parts. If you were a student, you'd go I could go further. I could tell you that the magnetic forces are related to the electrical forces very intimately, that our relationship between the gravity forces and electrical forces remains unknown, and so on. But I really can't do a good job, any job, of explaining magnetic force in terms of something else that you're more familiar with, because I don't understand it in terms of anything else that you're more familiar with.
So,
That was a nice one.
so what made it nice in terms of what we are talking about? In terms of what we are talking about?
Like when we try to explain something in terms of something we already know, it will take us to that question, like, do we really know what we already know?
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think about that, but I was thinking in terms of imagine the user experience of watching the video. To the extent it made it good for me. I'll tell you what I want to relate it to the things that we have been talking this morning. What is that makes an experience good? That element was in this video. That element was in this video.
So I think one thing that he definitely does is his gestures really, I don't know why, but when he talks about ice slipping on water, I actually think about ice slipping on water, because I don't know how he's doing it, but he's really capturing that with his gestures.
Yeah. So in the beginning of the video itself, he gave us the best part, like the alignment between the meaning of the words and the meaning conveyed by the hand movements was perfect in the beginning. Later on, it was not that. He did not. It was his facial expressions and all came in. But in the beginning, he got it perfectly. Slipping in all pressure. He pushed a little bit down. So that's what I wanted you to get also. So the beginning, if it is good, that makes the entire at least that was what was good for me. That was what made my experience really exciting about that. Any more comments, questions? Yeah, so I agree with you. That's exactly what I'm saying. Shall we move on?
Yes, I do.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now we are going to change the topic. The hint I'm going to give you is problem, since you guys are probably like here. Sometimes I feel like I shouldn't be bad thing, Gibson. You guys are like every morning wake up and say, start your day in the class like Om Gibson Aya Namaha, Om Affordance Aya Namaha. So I don't want to get on your nerves by making too much fun of Gibson or affordance. But you remember what Gibson was trying to do? And just go by the title of one of his books. So what was he countering? Basically, there was this idea. The title of the book is Senses Considered as Perceptual Systems. Huh? That was one of the books, no? Huh? And he was talking about direct perception. So basically, he was saying sense. So earlier, there was this two things like sensation and perception, and he is saying no, there is no two things, no interpretation, no mind, no blah 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 blah. Just you directly see things. End of the story. So that is what bears. That is the hint for this. So to put it another way, I'll give you a minute or so to think about it.
So sensation, sorry, I'm just starting off with sensation and perception because I find that I still have some sense of it, and then I can think of relating it to emotion and feeling. Sensation is something that is very immediate, and it comes from it is like a biological connection and a neurobiological connection. It's like a consequence of what is happening around you, environment, stimuli. So you immediately get it. But perception is a conscious activity. So what happens is whatever you sense, you try to make sense of it on the basis of your ability to think and your associations.
So before you lose on the answer you already got, so let me say, so you got sensation. You said it's biological, and perception you said at the conscious level. So that is what you map onto this emotion and feeling. So then map onto it and then tell me what is the difference between emotion and feeling.
So I'm trying to figure which one is more biological. Is a feeling biological or is emotion biological?
Yeah.
Sir, Raidu, feeling is something that you easily understand. Like, for example, you touch fire, you feel it's hot. So you know it. But then emotion, you don't easily understand. Like, it takes a while for you to ponder and understand.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. I'm not questioning that attribute of it. All I'm saying is there is a parallel between the relationship between sensation and perception and the relation between emotion and feeling. So that is the parallel I want to get you at. I'm not saying it is. You see, all analogies fail at some point. See, there is in War and Peace. There is a line that So, what philosophers, serious philosophers, not the buffoons running around now, but serious philosophers take a thought and go all the way to where it goes, where it takes. So, what follows, what is followed, what is implied by this, what is a consequence of this. They will follow the thought to the end. So, in War and Peace, there is this scene that I think there is a fence of which is that holds sheep or something, and the owner of the sheep farm, he put a dog to make sure that the sheep don't leave the fence, run away from the fence or something. And for some reason, this dog went away on a date, and by the time it came, and the sheep were all running around. The sheep kept running around, and the dog kept chasing them and chasing the sheep. One of the sheep, you can't chase all of them at the same time. No? And the sheep went in. That was on the mountain top or something. I think he went and fell off the cliff. And the dog also kept chasing the sheep, and it falls off the cliff. And then the author says, it met the fate of the philosophers who keep chasing a single thought to its end. So why was I talking about this?
Sir, you're trying to tell us a scene from War and Peace that responds to the idea of emotion and feeling.
Oh, no. Oh, no. So I was trying to tell you to stick to. So I was trying to tell you not to leave, just to stay within this. What is this? Go follow the dog, even if it jumps off the cliff, but don't leave the dog. Like so, just try to. In this case, there is a parallel between sensation and perception. There is a relationship between sensation and perception. One is biological, one is more experiential. And similarly, now I am asking what is the relationship between emotion and feeling? And I am saying that relationship is analogous to the relationship between sensation and perception. That the relation between sensation and perception is what I am giving you as a hint for the question, what is the relationship between so don't take anything that doesn't follow from the relationship between sensation and perception, which
So
is
feeling.
basically one is biological, more biological, and one is experiential. So you got the answer. So as you said, which is biological and which is experiential? Which of the two?
Feeling is more biological and emotion is more experiential.
Who is going with Hermanat?
I'm going with Harnemat, always.
Oh, sorry, Harnemat. Sorry. Harnemat.
I could be really wrong, but maybe.
Yeah. Who else?
I would actually think the opposite. Like emotions is more biological because they have certain terms to it. Like either you are happy, sad. They are more universal terms. And feeling is something you can't put a name to it. It's a sensation. It's an experience. So that's why I would feel that feeling is more of a sensation, and emotions are more of perceptions, closer to perception.
No. I thought you started the other way around and ended up
Yeah.
on the opposite end.
Sorry. Yeah. I mixed it up. I meant feeling is more of a sensational sense, and emotion is more into perceptions.
Then that is same as
No.
what Harnemat is saying, no?
No. She's again getting. See, that's why don't talk too much. Talking
said
too
the
much
other
always
way.
gets into trouble. I thought of stopping you, but I thought you're going well and let you go. See, this is what happens. So that's why. See, this is what serious thinking is. Serious thinking stops at every thought. See, Buddha used to do this. So he could watch each thought come in to his experience and pass by. For us, it is like standing in the middle of what is this Bangalore traffic and cars buzzing, all sorts of thoughts of all different shapes. You have no idea what is coming. Yesterday, the auto driver, when I said drop me opposite to what is this? Yeah, there is this big apartment complex here, no?
Platinum City.
Platinum City. And he took me to the other side of the on the highway, on the freeway, on the opposite stop on the freeway opposite to, and he said, pointing to the Pune station, and he said that is Platinum City, and this is the opposite of Platinum City. I told him, by the time I get to NID, I will die 5 times. Are you crazy? I'll give you 100 rupees more. Please take me. NID. So, anyway, I don't know why I was talking about that. So, anyway, let's get back. So, you were saying, what is it? Emotions are biological and feelings are experiential. So, who is going with Sandeepana?
Yes, I was
I
saying
agree
that.
with Sandeepana.
Who is that? Sanya.
I do too.
Yeah.
I feel
I do too.
like what Sandeepana said makes more sense in terms of emotion can be related with body, whereas feeling can be related with the mind. Because when we emote, we show like our emote. Like when we say emotion or when we emote, these are biological things that you can actually see.
But my question is, what is a more conscious activity? Is feeling a more conscious activity, or are emotions a more conscious activity?
Feeling is more conscious and hence it is less biological, and emotion is something
Exactly. I guess closer to perception. What I feel.
Yeah. But emotion then is more biological and feeling perceptual.
So,
Something in your mind. Feeling is in your mind, emotion in your body.
so now we are talking in terms of generalities. Every time you talk in terms of generalities, you have to think in terms of particulars also. So whenever you talk, say, emotion is like biological, think of a particular emotion. Even though you don't tell, I don't expect you to say, but so when you say, let's say you said, what is that? Emotion is more like perception and feeling is more biological. So I would expect you to have come to the conclusion based on some exemplar of feeling and the corresponding emotion. See, every feeling has a corresponding emotion, just as every perception has a corresponding sensation. Every sensation is a corresponding person. So, so that is another layer. So now, if you bring in that, what is the emotion that you are thinking about when you made the claim, or what is the feeling that you are thinking about when you said, "I agree with Harnemat"? Or what is the experience? What is the feeling? Vimal or Sandeep were thinking about. See, these are not words. When you say, "Oh, I was not thinking about any feeling in particular," then you are simply thinking about words. You're not
Yeah,
thinking
so
about.
I was actually thinking about it in terms of an example. So if I take the example of any relic from the British Raj, for example, okay, let's take an old colonial door from my city, okay, because there is this graveyard in my city where
Which
people,
city?
Kanpur.
Okay, okay. Yeah.
Okay, from where people who died, where the British who died here were buried. Okay, and they died here because of whatever like reason,
Yeah.
disease or whatever, disease, World War and all. So when I go there, my primary feeling is of course it's sadness, because like so many people died away from their hometown and all that. Like I feel sad or bad for them. But my emotion if from that is not of the fact that so like the emotion it invokes in me is of anger and not necessarily sadness, because I feel like it just makes me think about just the futility of the British Raj and all of that around that, which from like it does not it should make me like, if I take that sadness further, it should make me devastated and close to tears, but I feel angry because of I know the heritage that I carry from there, being an Indian, and I think about all the Indians who had to die in the world wars outside of their own country for they're not even a grave that marks their name. So I mean, so that for me is, so my emotion of that is buried very strongly in who I am as a person in my past experiences, whereas my first reaction is definitely like I, although I'm angry, I would not go there and smile and laugh that hey, you died also if you killed us. But so that's why I see it like that, versus if somebody who was British were to come here and look at those painting, maybe our primary feeling will be the same, but the emotion it will invoke in us will be very different, because he has different experiences in life. So like for him it would be, oh my god, my people who died away from home and all of that. That will be his feeling, and his emotion will probably be of empathy and sadness, or maybe just pride in the fact that his country could do so much damage to the world. I mean, that's kind of.
Could we, Charlene, could we swap it? So, because I feel emotions are more universal. So, if I say that your primary emotion when you went to go to the graveyard, your primary emotion is sadness. That's what you're feeling, and anybody going to a graveyard would feel that. This is just my perception, and then your feeling of anger or anything that builds on top of it has to do with your understanding, and that other feeling that anybody else also gets. If a British guy comes and visits, their feeling may change, but that visiting a graveyard, that emotion of sadness may retain. So, which is why that emotional thing becomes a more guttural response. It's more immediate. So you why it's closer to sensation. And then since you are
Feeling is feeling. I relate feeling with sensation, and I relate emotion with perception. And I do it simply because I feel like, so I'm saying what I'm saying because of how I feel. I mean, of course, I could be wrong, but what I feel is like the first thing that I experience is a feeling, right? So, for example, I feel something hard rubbing against my skin, but what is the emotion, right? So then probably my emotion will be fear. Oh my god, is there an insect?
I don't, now I'm confused.
I think that time for Raidu to jump in and tell us
what is the right answer.
I kind of agree with you, Shalini.
Backed by certain logic as well.
I did not get you. What did you say, Ananya?
I just, I mean, whenever we talk about feelings, I think it is quite a lot dependent on the kind of experiences, our ethics, and whatever we believe in a certain logic, right? And we attach it to before we feel something about a certain situation, rather than just, I mean, if there is a sick dog on the roadside, your immediate emotion you would have without probably attaching a logic to it. You feel about the situation is something you probably would think and think about a number of different before. So probably feeling is more. I mean, that is. I feel more towards perception, and then emotion is more towards sensation. Based on this. Yeah, this is making sense.
So let's look at so I think see in the history of this study, research study of emotions and feelings, it has never been very clear cut. As in the case of perception and sensation. There at least it is. And in fact, this is another thing I learned, that I was also conflating them. To be completely honest, If you look at one of the PDFs that I uploaded yesterday, I think it's called percept, concept, emotion. Then when I was going through it, there I talk of emotional feelings. I use the phrase emotional feelings as if emotions and feelings are interchangeable. So much of for a long time it has been the case, but I think the reason I brought this up is now it has become a standard practice to draw the distinction, and it is almost like by convention the terminology is being set in place. So I completely agree with what all you said. There is an element of truth in the position that Shaleen and Harnamat took, and there is an element of truth in what Ananya, Sandipana, and Vimal took. But the discipline as a whole is moving towards is consolidating a convention. That is what I want you to see, so that there won't be more terminological ambiguities. In fact, major philosophers like William James took one point of view. He said, and now I'll give it away. Perception is an interpretation of sensation. And now this is the standard standardization that is being imposed on this terminology. So it is not like but this is where the discipline as a whole is consolidating. I'm not saying this is the way it should be looked at, but the terminology, the word emotion and the word feeling are interpreted, are understood in this particular way. In fact, if you look at Damascus, the papers that are you can download, they start out by saying and there was not in the history of science, study of emotions and feelings. What is this? William James said. What is this? So this is closer to William James. One second. Sorry about that. So, in this sense, so he said, your heart doesn't, or your hands don't get sweaty because you're feeling anxious. Your hands get sweaty, and that is felt as anxiousness. That was his claim. So, so basically, the sensation is the sensation of your internal state, bodily state. So now the idea, now this discipline is saying, let's reserve the word emotion for this bodily states, pounding heart, or sweaty palms, or tense muscles. These are the things to which we will attach the label emotion, and we will reserve the word feeling for as a feeling, and that is what you given this pounding heart or sweaty palms or tense neck muscles or shoulder muscles and so forth. Does that make sense?
Yes.
It does,
Yes,
but
Madhya.
are you trying to say emotions are more biological compared to feelings now?
Yeah. So that is where the field is consolidating. I'm not saying that earlier there were back and forth, but now they're saying, okay, let's all agree that emotions are pounding heart, racing, sweaty feet, sweaty palms, flexed, tensed muscles. That we'll call as emotions. And being afraid, being anxious, or feeling anxious, or feeling tense. These things we'll call them as feelings.
So
So that's
emotions are
the
closer to
convention that is coming
sensation.
out. So,
So emotions are closer to sensation.
yeah. So I'm not saying you got it wrong. It is a convention that is people are arriving at. That's what I'm pointing out. So even Damasio and others, they say there are reasons to look at it the other way around or this way, and they give examples and so on and so forth. But now the field as a whole is saying, okay, let's decide that we'll reserve. And this, I was telling you, no, I was using them as I use the phrase emotional feelings. So that is like some neither here nor there. So, but it is a convention that people are by. Convention is something you impose. So, so in this case, everybody is right, but this is the convention. If you want to follow the convention, that's the point I'm trying to make. So, so now a lot of times you have a gut feeling that something is. So basically, this is like you feel a little bit not very safe or uncomfortable in certain environments. But you may not have the sensation of what is this? Pounding heart, or you may feel anxious, but you may not have the sensation of sweaty palms or so on and so forth. So that is what we in everyday terminology we call the gut feeling. So it is odd that it is the gut that is not there, but in the sense of the biology is the part that is missing in gut feeling, but the biology is added to speak of the thing, maybe to remind what is missing. Uh, so you simply say, somehow I feel that this works. I have a feeling it's something is wrong here. Something doesn't feel right. Or, so here you don't have any sensation to go by. So there is no biology there. But for some reason, so to remind ourselves or what is missing, I think we put the word gut to remind that that is not present in the if you go by the standardized notation of feeling being the experience, it is a perception or experience. You are having the experience, but there is the underlying sensation is not there in the case of gut feelings. So I thought this is another. So so, I thought this is something interesting. So, so what are the things that could follow? You could imagine these situations, but you don't have to imagine they are actually happening. You can imagine emotions without feelings or feelings without emotions. And in these cases, what is the thing that happens? So, in the case of prosopagnosia, patient can recognize faces, like familiar faces, cannot recognize, like even when there is a damage to inferior temporal cortex, part of the visual cortex, they can't recognize faces. This is where the objects faces are the monkey. So, for example, you remember the other day we saw monkey stimuli and two dots and a vertical line and a horizontal line in a circle. And those were recorded from here. If that area is damaged, then you won't be able to recognize faces. Even your mother or father, and but they exhibit emotions. So now we are talking in standard terminology, meaning the biology will be there, but so the sensation is there, but the perception is not there, if you want to use the analogous terminology. So here, but in the Capgras syndrome, you have patients, they can recognize familiar faces. So, this is very sad. So, like in this case, if the patient is there, if the grandmother or father goes to visit him, or even the daughter or son or family visits them, the patient will get very agitated. Oh, you guys are imposters. You're trying to pretend, act like as which drama company are you coming from? Oh, you're trying to steal my money, my inheritance. Huh? So, because he recognized them as his wife or as his son or as his grandfather or grandson, but familiar faces, they evoke emotion, they evoke feelings. No, when you see your mother or grandmother, you feel warmth and all that, but those feelings are not there. So that makes this guy think, oh, this because every time you see your grandmother, you feel warmth and all these things. No, so now he thinks, since there is no warmth, this must be, these guys are fake guys. They're imposters. So this is a very, it is very difficult to deal with these situations, especially in the hospital settings. So the parents or the family wants to visit, but that will cause a lot of hesitation. Then the patients tend to get violent also, because there is no associated feeling with this.
So,
Sir?
so yours, sorry, go ahead, Rachel.
Yeah. So I was just curious, what is exactly skin conductance change?
Sorry,
So in the example, there is skin conductance change. What is exactly?
Oh, so basically, say for example, if I'm anxious, so my palm will get wet, and if when it is wet, it is the conductance increases. So you can there is a you can check the skin conductance, and when it is wet, it becomes more conductive. Meaning the current can, the resistance to the flow of current decreases. So that is one way of looking at whether you're anxious or not. So usually they will have a small thing to your finger, and see, after a while you will forget it. Like for example, they will make you watch a video or a movie, and they will try to see what parts of this movie that are. So they will continuously, they will have this small clip on your finger. Mm, that will be monitoring your conductance, and they can then see what parts of the movie are making you anxious. So on, so on. So that is used as a, for, just to give one example.
Okay, sir. Got it.
So, Raidu, what you're saying here is that So then we have this whole concept of in movies that is used a lot, which is yaddash chale jana. So you can't remember anything.
What happened?
So like there is this whole concept of you lose your memory, memory loss and things like that. So this is not actually memory loss. What happens in Capgras patients, but there is a feeling loss essentially. And the feeling loss mimics a memory loss.
So
like I know this face is familiar, but it could be familiar because it's dangerous as well. So I don't know.
No, the emotional part is in the amygdala. Emotions are represented in the amygdala, and the feelings are represented. They can get to the forebrain part, just as in the case of other higher order functions. At amygdala, at the level of amygdala, you get the representation of that is what signals pounding heart, racing thoughts, racing heart, or flexed tense muscles. They are all in amygdala. So in the case of what is that this guy, he might have had some damage. Since he's recognizing the faces, there may not be any damage in what is this inferior temporal cortex or wherever the faces are recognized. But he must have had some. I forgot the exact location. That must be a little bit towards the front of your brain, forebrain or parietal cortex or somewhere there. I forgot the exact location. But this is a very rare syndrome. Fortunately, it doesn't happen. Very few patients you see there. Did I answer your question? What was it? You can ask me again. Sorry.
Yeah, kind of. No. I think it is also something I would want to research on a little bit more. So we can move
I
on.
think V.S. Ramachandran has the two places that are good to look for is Oliver Sacks, Oliver, Oliver's SACKS, and he talks a lot about these kind of cases. And one of his books is The Man Who Mistook His Wife for a Hat. And Ramchandran, I think he wrote on Capgras syndrome. He must have talked in his book also. He wrote a lot of books. V.S. Ramchandran. But I'm blanking on the name of the book. He wrote. There is this site called what is it? PubMed, PUBMED.
Is that a good book?
Which one?
VS Phantoms in the Brain.
Yeah. I think he's a jerk. As a person, I hate him. But he's a smart jerk.
No, I mean I have come across this book before, but I haven't read it. So I just want.
Yeah, but I think Capgras syndrome he was studying after he wrote the Phantoms in the Limb. So maybe Capgras syndrome he may not talk in that book, but you can find his articles in PubMed. There is a site called PUBMED, PubMed, and if you search for the author Ramachandran, VS, you will get all his articles, and then there is another site called when you go to this most of these articles he published might be in behind paywalls. So what you do is copy the DOI. DOIs always start with 10 dot something. That is the DOI. So a lot of earlier they used to put the DOI at right on the top. the title of the paper. But PubMed gives DOI right away when you click on it. So it will also tell you whether you can. There is a site where you can download free article. But if it doesn't tell you if it is available for free, a lot of them are in PubMed. They have to, if it is funded by NIH, meaning National Institute of Health, or any government funding agency, or Wellcome Trust, or so they have to make them publicly available. So they will direct you to the freely available site. In case they don't, what is this? Copy the DOI that starts with 10 and go to SCI-HUB hub, SCI-HUB .tw. It says Science Without Borders, or Knowledge Without Borders.
I have got it, sir. I have.
And there you paste the DOI and click it, and then one lady will come and starts waving her hand. She is my hero. I'll tell you her story if you want to listen. She is really amazing. I think she's my. I have no. There is no other hero other than her. She is really brave. You know how many people are after her life? Like all these publishing companies, Elsevier and all. She probably is in hiding. She is in hiding somewhere in Russia, because they already gave the court already gave like billions of dollars damages for the Elsevier. They all sued her. But she is doing enormous service to humankind by making all these scientific articles that are behind the paywalls make as available for everybody for free. And they can't do anything to her. And because she, of course, once in a while, EW changes to something else, so you have to a little bit. But she when she was a graduate student, she was trying to find these articles, but then she realized most of the articles are behind paywalls and they are so expensive, and most universities can't subscribe to them. Like your university also probably can't subscribe to many of these articles. Even SAL can't subscribe to a lot of the journals. And even European Union as a whole was had to stop paying. See, they will do Elsevier and Springer. What they do is they will do bundling. So they won't let you subscribe to one journal. They will say, if you want this journal, you have to buy all these journals. So that will go into the billions of dollars. Like even university, imagine European Union as a whole or Germany as a whole, they find it difficult to pay for these journals. So to make the long story short, what she did was she kept writing to people who have subscription to these journals, like and asking them for their passwords. And a lot of people, and they said, I will not reveal your IDs. And then she automated this so that whenever the Nature publishes an article, the next minute it will be available in her website. Whenever the Science publishes an article, it will be available. And in fact, her website is used by Americans more than anybody else. And so she was interviewed on Science. They made sure, and at the end of the interview, she asked the Science editor, "So, do you have any questions for me?" She said, "Can you give me your password?" That's what she asked. I don't know whether he gave it or not. He didn't say in that, but she's doing an enormous service to the humanity at the risk of our life. I mean, these assholes, they're very dangerous people because they're losing millions of dollars because of her. And she did it all by herself. She's really amazing. Okay, moving on.
Sir, can you please repeat the name of the lady?
Oh, so I should, having said she's my hero or heroine, I should remember her name, but I'm not really good at names. Sorry, I'm really sorry about it.
Alexandra.
Huh?
Alexandra Albeit.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's the unpay wall, which if you end up on any paid article, this is a Chrome extension. It will show you if there's any free version of it available around the web.
No. She will have a.
Yeah, I'm talking about the unpay wall. This is something similar to Sci-Hub.
No. So when you go to the unpaid wall, but there are some nasty journals. The journal in which I published one article, they're smart assholes. What they did is like Mind and Matter. I published a paper. So I can't even access my paper. Of course, they send me the PDF. But if I go to the journal, see, you have to have the journal DOI. Of course, you can search. But some journals are getting smart and they're trying to make the information that they're supposed to put on the website by law. See, they're not doing that. So Mind and Matter doesn't put the DOI. So then it is difficult to access if you don't have the DOI. So, but there is a search function in the Sci-Hub, but that you have to put install an extension into your browser and allow that thing. But for the most journals, most premier journals that are very expensive, like they will for hour they will say $36. Who the hell is going to pay $36 per hour to rent an article? It will take you more than 1 hour to read an article. But there are these drug companies and all, they will pay them. Like Google, if it wants an article, some executive in the Google, they will pay. So there are paying clients for them. So they can still stick to this pay model. For one day, they will say like $100. If you want to buy, who the hell, nobody, no normal person, no professor can buy that. So that's why even professors download from this website. You know, so they posted the they can look at the traffic, where the traffic is coming from. No, so lot of traffic is coming from American universities. So if you can go back and trace, and it's all American professors because lot of universities can't subscribe to every journal. No, and these some of the journals are very expensive mathematics journals. Uh, they're ridiculously priced. What is $50? Do they think it's peanuts or what? And these are owned by arms dealers. You see, like the way Google is owned by Alphabet, the company that owns Google is not some other company. No, like the way the company that owns Nature and Springer and Elsevier and all, there is another company. That company then name they want just as Alphabet. We don't speak about as much as we speak Google. You only speak about say Nature, and if you are not into Nature, then you might get into Elsevier and Springer. Otherwise, you won't bother who the name of the publisher is. No, you'll be only thinking about the name of the journal, whether it is Leonardo or Design, Design and Culture, or Design, Color and Culture, or something like that. You rarely think about the publisher, who the publisher is. And these publishers are owned by some other company. And in the case of Nature, if you trace back, it is an arms dealer, and nuclear arms dealer, not an ordinary arms dealer.
Which company is that?
I forgot the name of the company, but at one point there was see, a lot of times there are people are trying to fight this. This is like a mafia. Huh? So one field medalist in Oxford or Cambridge, I forgot his name, he wrote an article saying the cost of knowledge. And that article was basically trying to get all the mathematicians to stop sending their papers to these paywall journals. Uh, so basically, they said we'll boycott them. If we all boycott sending papers to nature, what will the nature do? It will go bankrupt. We'll publish somewhere else. We can have our own publishing website. So this guy wrote this article, The Cost of Knowledge. But a lot of times, but somehow these guys build a narrative saying the quality of the peer review is not good, the quality of the production is not good. They will fight to push back very hard. And it's in see, these publishers do nothing. What they do is you send a paper and they send that paper to some other editor. That editor, he pulls his ear for the editors spend the reviewer I mean. The reviewer spends a lot of time trying to understand your paper. If you want to see how much time they spend trying to understand what you write, you can see the Leonardo, the PDF that I posted. That is, they spend a lot of their precious time and they are not paid for that. And then as an author, I am not paid for it. So we are the guys, we are putting the effort. And these guys only sit in the middle and what is this? Make all the money just for sending.
So you get paid when you publish a paper?
No, I don't get paid. If they only will send me PDF, and if I lose that PDF and if I want to access my own paper, like I have my papers is old, like when I was in Harvard Medical School, the ones I published there in Nature, I can't access them now. My own papers. Of course, I have PDFs, so I can share them. But you see, the author, because I'm a peanut for them. They have like thousands of authors, no? every week they publish. So we are disposable income for them. They are disposables. We are basically. And the PDFs that they have online is their income. So we are the ones who are toiling, and they are the ones who make billions. Imagine, why would a nuclear arms dealer own the company? The nuclear arms dealing is itself a multi-billion-dollar business, no? It runs into trillions, selling nuclear arms, which countries buy. It costs like 60, 30, 40% of your GDP. So that guy is running the show. Anyway, let's get back to, let's leave politics aside. And okay, I think we are at the, so maybe just in case if you have any things to talk about, I think maybe on emotion. If you want to talk feelings or anything we talked about in the afternoon session, in the morning session, if you have, we can talk. Otherwise, we'll take go for lunch break. It's already 12:40 now. What do you say?
Yes, so we can take a lunch break. It seems like we have some amount of things to cover after the lunch break.
Yeah.
Or do we not? So, like, what do you want to do after the lunch break?
So I want you to do writing and loudly. So you can start saying, okay, I'm thinking of the title, for example, digital classroom user experience. Maybe. And you can say, okay, I'm trying to digital enhancing user digital classroom user experience based on the insights from based on inform how does mirror neurons yeah, use enhancing digital classroom user experience based on mirror mechanism or something like that. So you can loudly think about the title and you can loudly
Yeah.
think about the and you can post it on the chat or some if you whatever you feel comfortable sharing. So we'll do this writing exercise for whoever is comfortable doing it for however long, and we'll leave like 1 hour or so in the end, so that we can watch that I have thinking and decision making. So maybe I'll need like 10 or 20 minutes to cover to introduce you to that what this Richard Thaler, who got Nobel Prize for this behavior. He talks mostly psychological experiments, but in terms so that video is for 1 hour. But unfortunately, that video, his Nobel lecture, we'll watch his Nobel lecture, and
Okay.
so we'll at least we'll try to start it by at least by 4. So it will go.
Yeah.
You want to say something?
Yeah, sir. I just had one request because I think even what you will show us in that lecture might spark some thought for people in terms of what they're writing. So if
Yeah.
we could do like the lecture and the talking about Mr. Richard first,
Okay.
and
Okay.
then move to the loud writing collective, because I feel like that will give
Yeah, that's a
some
good
time.
point. That's very good suggestion. That's very good. That's very good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So
So
then after lunch, maybe we could do that, and then after that we will move into writing.
yeah, yeah,
So
that's
actually, one more reason why I was asking was because around 4 o'clock there was always something that happens on this day in my city, like in terms of power and all. So I might have to log off at some point around that. So I might miss a part of this, but like yeah.
so. At what time shall we come back? Huh?
So same thing, right? So 1:30 we come back every day.
Okay, okay, fine.
Yeah.
See you all. Yeah. Happy lunch. Enjoy your lunch.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Thank
Raidu.
you.
anybody here?
Hello, sir.
Hi, Ruchika.
Hello, sir.
Hello, madam. You had a good lunch?
Yes. So Raidu, about the assignment,
Yeah.
I would just like to share that in my previous semester, I made a project. So I basically made a project for middle-aged people who have difficulties in operating the mobile applications, which we youngsters operate very easily. But people like our parents or grandparents who got this technology of smartphones and applications later in their life, they struggle with it a lot. They don't understand the icons, they don't understand what does what, or if even if they do, they forget it. So, a lot of my research included the cognition, short-term, long-term memory, and how they associate things. Because for our generation, it is very easy to do it because, and it's more easy for the younger generations because they are operating these gadgets in a very early time in their age. But it's not the same case for our older generation. So for that, I had an application concept in which you can actually help the user, the middle-aged user, learn the application by visual cues and sound. Like you are on a remote location and I'm on a remote location. You want to tell me about like what to do what. For example, if I tell my dad that you have to use this application, I have to pinpoint it in physical, in a real-time situation. But sometimes when the person is not available, and so in that case, you can do a, like a screen share kind of a concept, and whatever I'm doing on my screen, it actually mimics on his screen wherever he is there. And also, it records the whole interaction with my voice and the visual cues. So it acts like a repository which he can access later on. So this was pretty much the abstract of my concept. So I'm thinking like in terms of neuroscience, how like in terms of this assignment, like should I be like, can I use this one to?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
And this is very good. Yeah.
So I think the concepts of mirror neuron and neuroplasticity, I
Yeah.
think they make sense in this context. Like whatever I'm doing, my user is kind of mimicking, like the mirror neurons gets activated somehow, and they get to learn it. And neuroplasticity in the sense that if they do that action for a while, they will eventually form that understanding in their mind somewhere over time. I won't say immediately. So is that what neuroplasticity is all about?
Yeah.
Like over a certain period of time, you gain that knowledge.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. You form the associations over time. Yeah. And so they get transferred into long-term memories. Initially, they might be short-term memories, and over time, they get become long-term memories. And
So Raidu, like you were talking about behavior. So can you just like briefly tell more about like how a user behavior, acts in the UX thing? Like I'm not much clear about the behavior part. You said behavior is not equal to experience, right?
yeah.
So so just a bit light upon that statement.
So, say, oh, so, say for example,
An example would help. An example would help to understand. Like if you tell me an
yeah,
example.
yeah. So, Say for example, uh, uh, you could conceivably uh, uh, you can imagine, like say for example, I might be working. My job is to I every day I come in and I'll be presented. I sit in front of the computer like this monitor, and my job is to if I see anything moving in a direction less than 90 degrees. So this is the vertical line. Anything moving this less than 90 degrees or more than minus 90 degrees. Anything. So if it is moving this way or 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 this way, for all these motions, I'll say it is left. So basically my job is to, if something is moving in this way, 30 degrees, 45 degrees or 50 degrees or 60 degrees or 70 degrees or this 80 degrees, I'll say it is moving to the left. So the category I'll put in the category of left, and anything that is moving 180 degrees or 130 degrees or 190 degrees or 210 degrees going this way, that those things I'll say they're moving left. So you can think of it as like say for example, there might be you can imagine various other scenarios, analogous scenarios, like a radiologist looking at a radio X-ray and saying he has TB or he doesn't have TB. So he will put in two categories. That's the way I'm saying it is moving left. If I'll press one, I'll give one response. If I see one thing moving anything that is less than 90 degrees or more than minus 90 degrees, meaning and that I call all of them left, and I call all these directions left. So if I'm doing this now, if I do this 100% activity, I have what is called as a behavioral category of left and right. So whenever you present me any motion that is going zero in the direction of 0 degrees or 10 degrees, I will say, oh, that is left. That is behavioral category. So once you do, sometime then comes the perceptual category. So if in case in this, when you're doing these things, what happens is what is this? What could then there is the perceptual category. So if I am engaged in this, when doing this very attentively and consciously, engaged in it, then what happens is, by putting all these percepts, my experiences, perceptual experiences of seeing a motion going 45 degrees, motion going in 0 degrees, motion going in minus 10 degrees, minus 20 degrees. So all these motion directions, if I form a perceptual category, then what will happen is they will form a perceptual category of left, which has a prototype of 0 degrees. And all the ones that I called left or pressed the left rightward button or leftward button or rightward button. For rightward button, and the prototype right would be 0 degrees. For left, the prototype would be -1, 180 degrees, leftward direction, 180 degrees. So that would, so now if in case I formed a perceptual category, then what you would find is earlier my ability to say, for example, before I started doing this, if you tested my sensitivity to discriminate two motion directions, you can ask, say, if it is the motion directions can differ by 1 degree, 45 degrees, 46 degrees. That I may not tell apart. So that would be the same whether I test at 40 degrees, meaning 40 degrees and 41 degrees. I won't be able to tell apart. And here also 210 degrees and 211 degrees. I can't tell apart this day. So if you measure the sensitivity using like the stimuli, then you would find my sensitivity is same across all 360 degrees. So if you measure my sensitivity, it would be like a circle in this XY plane. So I am equally sensitive. So maybe my sensitivity threshold where I can tell two motion direction apart would be like maybe 5 degrees or 10 degrees. If motion direction differ by 10 degrees, then I can tell them as same different. If they're less than 10 degrees apart, I can't tell them same or different. My performance might be at chance level. Maybe I'm simply guessing. So the point is, before you do this, engage in this behavior of saying all these are going in the rightward direction, all these are going in the leftward direction, and the category boundary is this vertical line. So if I do this over time, my sensitivity profile earlier was homogeneous across the space, meaning a circle. No matter where I test, I'm equally sensitive. My sensitivity doesn't change from in this 360 degrees. So now, usually what happens is, if you're like in the case of radiologists, what happens if when they're over training, they will become very sensitive to features that are what is this that are distinguish that are distinguishing markers of TB, and they become less sensitive to those features that are not characteristic of TB or not. So there will be a lot of, for us it is a big cloud, but over them by virtue of this practice, they become sensitive such that even if the darkness changes by very few, very few percent, 1 or 2%, they would be able to tell apart at the category boundary, at the boundary of non-TB and TB. Similarly, if I'm doing this left-right categorization, what will happen if I do lot of times? After a while, if you test my sensitivity, earlier it was 0. Now what will happen is, earlier it was like a circle. Now what will happen is, my sensitivity at the category boundary, at the vertical line, I will imagine if I was earlier not able to tell unless it was 10 degrees apart, two directions. So I can tell only if it is different or same, if it is like 70 degrees and 80 degrees. If it is anything less, like 70 and 75, I can't tell them apart. Now, after doing this, what happens is, at the category boundary, meaning at close to the vertical line, I will become more sensitive. Meaning here, I'll be able to tell 75 degrees from 80 degrees. But at the horizontal line, which is the prototypes, left and right directions. There, my sensitivity decreases. Meaning, there earlier I was everywhere able to tell apart 10 degrees thing difference. No, there now even if 20 degrees apart, meaning going in 0 direction or going in or 20 degrees direction or 40 degrees direction, they will be perceptually indistinguishable for me. Even though the stimuli early same, so now I can't perceive the differences when they are closer to the prototype, category prototype, leftward, rightward direction. But across the category boundary, I become more sensitive for small differences. So now earlier my sensitivity profile is a circle, uniform. Now what it becomes like is a ellipse. At this, category boundary, my sensitivity will be high. At closer to the category prototype, my sensitivity profile decreases. So the circle will get squished along the x-axis and expanded along the y-axis. So this is perceptual. You tested whether I can tell the difference or not now by showing this. So this is called perceptual category, meaning you're actually you actually became unable to tell apart what is this things that you could tell apart if they were closer to the category prototype, meaning near the 0 degrees or near 180 degrees. That's where your sensitivity decrease. Whereas at the near the category boundary that tells from TB to non-TB, there you became very sensitive. So even smaller differences you could tell apart. So that is perceptual category. So you can tell. So TB becomes one category and non-TB becomes another category. So usually in categorical perception, it is like the classic example is what is this? The wavelength spectrum. So as you go along in the rainbow, you see colors sort of gradually changing, but your sensitivity, like if you look at the point where it looks red, there if you pick two wavelength stimuli and present them, say like 5 microns apart, there you won't be able to tell apart whether it is different hues or not. But across the category boundary between say red and yellow, there same 5 degrees will be very distinguishable. You'll be able to tell, oh, this is red and this is yellow. But two reds, you'll have difficulty telling apart. Two red colors that change by the same amount of wavelength, you won't be able to tell apart. That is categorical because of categorical perception. So that is where the idea of categorical perception comes from, colors. So now going back to your question, so now all our perception is categorical. You see me as ride, you see me this as computer mouse. So everything we see as categorical. But you can have behavioral categories, meaning you can respond behaviorally same. You see, perceptually we are saying they're same. Two reds. We are seeing them as same, perceiving them as same. But now you go back to the what is this? The motion direction thing, and there the person might be saying he might be able to tell apart 10 degrees motion in the 10 degrees and motion in the 20 degrees as left as same, behaviorally same. He might press the same button, but he might tell apart. So he doesn't have perceptual categories, but behaviorally he is responding similarly. He is categorically giving a similar response. So he has behavioral categories. So my argument was in that I think uh, I forgot the name of the, maybe I said percept and experience or some perception and experience or something. I might have labeled. No? So there I was making the claim, but just because you formed behavioral categories, meaning you are responding behaviorally similarly to two different classes of things, doesn't mean you will automatically end up your experience having a perceptual formed a perceptual category. To give an example, say for example, you might like fast food. So whenever you maybe I'll say me, I like fast food. So every time I come across a pizza or a burger, I'll eat it. But every time I come across something natural and healthy like apple or what is this strawberries, I won't eat it. So here, behaviorally, I'm giving one response to apple and burger, eating it all the time. When I see a burger, I eat it. If you give me a burger, I'll eat it. If you give me pizza, I will eat it. If you give me apple, I won't eat it. If you give me strawberries, I won't eat it. So behaviorally, I have two categories. Meaning behaviorally, I'm responding to a class of things in two different ways, categorically different ways, eating versus non-eating. So my claim is that just because you have behavioral categories, it doesn't mean you will have perceptual categories. In the sense, just because I'm eating pizza and burger all the time, and not eating apple and what is this strawberry at all, doesn't make pizza and burgers taste the same, and the taste of pizza and burger becoming similar, and the taste of apple and strawberry become the same. In other words, perceptually there may not be any change. So the taste difference that I could tell, I can still tell the taste. Apple tastes different from strawberry, and strawberry tastes different from banana, burger, and burger tastes different from. Even though I'm putting behaviorally in two different categories, I'm responding as categorically differently. That doesn't change my. That doesn't necessarily mean that perceptually they formed one category. In my experience, they don't come any closer. Burger still taste as different from pizza as it tasted before I started from the first time I ate and now, even now. And the apple taste as different as them. So that is the claim. That is what I argue in, because a lot of times neuroscientists conflate these two things. So they don't make the distinction between these. So there was one Nature paper where they talk. They made the monkeys and discriminate motion directions in different directions. And they said since they're pressing leftward button every time they see something moving this way, rightward button when they see something moving this way, and leftward button when they see something moving this way, doesn't mean they're seeing them as any similar. Doesn't mean that they have formed experiencing or perceiving them similarly. They might simply just press the buttons. That is behaviorally they formed categories, two different categories. That's why they are responding. But that doesn't mean. But behavioral category is a necessary precursor to form a perceptual category. So you have to be a radiologist looking at X-rays, a lot of X-rays, where resident physician would tell you, if you say this is TB, sir, no, this is not TB. Look, there is this thing here. That means that is not TB. Those kind of things. So it requires a lot of training, behavioral training. So that behavioral training is what makes us form perceptual categories. So behavioral categories are a necessary step. So just as looking at say for example, we go through a lot, that is what learning involves. No, we look at you show an apple and you say apple, and it takes a long time for the sight of apple to elicit to be associated with the sound. So most of us learn, like we learn violet, even when it is printed in black color, means evokes the color of violet, or blue when it's printed in black color still evokes the color of blue, or red, even white when it's printed in white black color, it evokes them with the color that comes to our mind is white. But some people who don't go through this trouble of learning, for them, like say for example, the computer, when it scans, or the photocopier when it scans, it doesn't when it raster, when it goes through and reads photocopies it doesn't see the meaning of the word. No, it just reproduces it. So that is the idea behind the need to distinguish these behavioral categories from behavior from experience. So a lot of times engaging in behavior, so that is the what you say. You have to participate in the practice to change your experience. Like say for example, a lot of times, if you what is this? Like things like meditation and so on and so forth. You have to do certain things, or any learning process. You have you have to go through the process of some behavior. So basically, if you want to like reading, that is a behavior. But understanding, so you can probably read Proust saying, it is not inside me, it is me. But that reading itself is behavior. But then from that reading, understanding that he's saying the experience is not separate from him, the experiencer, but it is him, it is me, he says. So there he is identifying his experience with himself. So there his experience changed. It is not just, he didn't stop at the behavior, he went beyond the behavior of just reading it. So that's the, so behavior is a precursor to experience, or it is in this context. So there are a lot of behaviors that don't enter experience at all. Say for example, walking is one thing. Lot of times we are completely unaware of walking. Walking doesn't, we can completely walk without that entering into our experience, meaning we don't feel the ground. We will be thinking something, or we will be thinking about the class we are going to, or the movie that we are going to, or the friend we are going to meet. Those are the things that we are will be in our experience, even when we are engaging in the behavior of walking. So behavior doesn't necessarily, there are a lot of behaviors that you can engage in that don't necessarily enter your experience.
Yes, so that made a lot of sense.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, Shalin, I have to apologize to you. I gave you a very stupid suggestion. As I told you, no, you can, in order to make the camera, you can probably simply remove the vibration dampener that might be there. Huh? If you remove the vibration dampener, the camera will get damaged. So the whole thing will get ruined. That's so you have to explicitly include additional mechanisms to move the camera. Huh? You know, removing the vibrational dampener would damage the camera. I hope you didn't tell anybody this idea. They would have-
No, sir, I did not, but it did get recorded. Everybody who sees the recording will see that idea.
We have 41. Shall we start?
Yes, sir, we
So,
can start.
Unfortunately, for some reason, this Nobel Prize site didn't let me doesn't allow you to make it full screen. The video, so it will be only a small video. I think they might have mistakenly done something because the other day I checked another video. Like I thought I'll show you. Maybe see, there was three people who got Nobel Prize. No, okay, and Maybrit and her husband. I thought I'll show Maybrit's. I looked at Maybrit's video. That let me maximize it, full screen. But she was little bit more very technical. So I thought this guy was less, more accessible. So but this guy's video, for some reason, it says, what is this? Full screen is disabled or something like that. When you press on that square. Do you have any ideas to undo it or?
Can you tell the website and what are we looking for exactly? I can try to look it up. Can you tell the name of the person, sir?
No, so I'm trying to. Can I put it on? Or where is the chat button? There is to be
Yeah,
some
you
chat.
come back to the meet. On the top next to the time, you will be seeing the chat button. On top right,
Oh yeah,
time
yeah,
will be there.
yeah,
On the left
yeah.
of that.
So I'll post it here.
Yeah.
This chat, then something else came up saying Microsoft account. So I'll post it on the stream. Can you see on the stream?
Yes.
Can you see it now?
Let me just refresh the stream.
It says nobelprize.org. Okay.
Yes. Thaler lecture.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll play it. Okay. Its full screen is unavailable. Wait, let me just go to YouTube and open it. Yeah. So, sir, on YouTube, we can, I do on YouTube, you can do full screen. So I'll just quickly show you what. So like when you come to that lecture, when you open that lecture on that link,
Yeah.
on the bottom right, you can see YouTube is written.
When I press on the red button?
Yeah. Can I share my screen and show you what to do?
Yeah.
Okay. Just a minute. Hmm.
Or you could just press the title, the as in on the window, the title, you can just press it and it directly goes to the YouTube.
Yeah,
And
so
then,
Raidu, can you see my screen now?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're playing it right now, okay?
Yeah.
So when you come on this and you pause, you can see all these options show up,
Yeah.
right? You have to
Yeah.
click here on YouTube. You click
Okay.
here
Yeah.
and it will open a new window. The
Okay.
window will look something like this. And
Okay.
here you can just click on this and make it full screen.
Oh, okay, okay. Now I
Yeah?
got it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just stop sharing. Just give me a minute. How do I
Thanks a
do that?
lot.
No problem, sir. Yeah, no problem, W. Yeah, you can just share now.
You can see now?
Yes.
There is no sound, no?
Yeah, there is no sound. Why is that, but?
Huh?
I don't know why there is no sound.
Did you get sound?
When I was playing it, I got sound.
I think you have to put it on presentation mode.
Huh?
You
shows
have to
muted.
say present now and then switch to
Yeah,
that tab.
Oh.
so yeah, right. You can stop presenting and present again once, maybe then we'll be able to see.
Oh, okay, okay.
Because it's saying nobody's presenting right now. So
Oh. Oh. Oh, yeah. Sorry for annoying you guys.
No, no, this is new for all of us. Yeah, I do now. Now, can you come to the screen where you have the video? Can you share that tab?
Yeah, 1 second. Huh? Now the screen froze. Let me try again. Yeah, okay.
Members of the committee, and thanks for that great introduction.
Can you hear now?
So
Yes, yes.
I'm so sorry,
Can you see now?
can you just, I'm sorry if I missed it, but can you give a line of introduction just to prepare what we are about to see or what? Just some background.
So he's
began this inquiry really with a series of stories.
Yeah. So this is Richard Taylor. Can you hear me now? Huh?
Yes.
So
Yes.
this is Richard Taylor. He got Nobel Prize for maybe a couple of years ago. So the basic idea here is so say for example what is this you join a new company as a new employee, and then there will be all these forms that you have to fill, no? So then one of the forms that they give you is whether you would like to, whether you would like the company would whether you want the company to deduct a small fraction of your salary and put it in a retirement fund, which they will give you when you leave the company. So earlier they used to say is if you would like the company to deduct a fraction X amount of money from your salary to be deposited in your retirement fund, please tick here. So they will give a box and you have to tick the box. So when they did that, a lot of people were not opting for. They were saying, "Give me my full salary." So they, for whatever reasons, and unfortunately, happens is most of the time people tend to spend all their salary. If not on in the same month, after 2 or 3 months of saving a little bit, then the third month they'll say. So by the time they get to retirement, they don't have any savings left. So. So then some people felt that is a very sad situation, no? No, not to have any money when you retire, and people are living longer, and so then what they thought, this was based on another experiment, another thing that happened, but I'll get to that. So what they did in the when employment, what is this? When you join the company or an institute or whatever, they instead of saying, "Would you like? You please tick here if you want the company or institute to deduct money for your savings for your retirement fund." Instead of saying that, they said, "Please tick here if you do not want the company to deduct money from your monthly salary to be deposited in your retirement fund." Then most people didn't take that, meaning they opted for retirement fund. So this is the idea of making what is good the default choice. So so you make what is good the default choice, and so you make the so what is not good the non-default, meaning there will be some effort required for you to do something that is not good for you. So it takes no effort for a person to do something what is good for them, and it takes some effort, whatever. So in doing something that is good for you is effortless. Doing something that is not good for you is effortful. So
Great,
this was.
great.
You have question?
No, no, I was saying this is great.
So they were looking at this was based on an earlier finding. So when you go to get what is this driving license, when the medical over the time, when the medical sciences advanced to the point, they realized when this organ transplant, different body organ transplants become routine. Uh, uh, then they realized it is a good thing to have people donate their organs, body organs, if they die an accidental death. So earlier when they gave you driving license, they used to say, in case of accidental death, would you like to donate your organs? Because organs have to be taken very quickly. if you die in an accident, in order for them to be useful to be given to somebody as a transplant, as a liver transplant or lung transplant or heart transplant, or almost every part of your body except for brain can be given. There are a lot of people waiting on the waiting list all over the world for various organ transplants. So there is a lot of need for organs, but if and the people also realize that in the accidental cases, when you die, in a sense, it is going something that could be used for somebody's life, to save some other person's life after you die. Basically, after you die, you are saving somebody's life now. If can you donate? But when so they said, okay, we'll ask people if they want to donate their organs in case of accidental death. So before they gave you license, they will say, please stick here if you want your organs, if you want to donate your organs in case of accidental death. So, but most people in that case also, most people didn't take, unless who are in those activist mode, people who are inactive. So then somebody realized, I think maybe in Sweden or somewhere. So I don't know how exactly it came. He might talk about it. So instead of saying, would you please stick here if you would like to donate your organs in case of accidental death, they said, please stick here if you do not want to, donate your organs in case of accidental death. Then what happened? People didn't tick that, meaning they opted to give their organs in case of accidental death. So basically, it completely flipped around. So everybody was, when the default choice, when what is good for the society was made the default choice, everybody opted for the good. Everybody opted to do good. So what they realized is, it is not that people don't want to do good, and it is not that people want to save for retirement. It's not that they don't know they will be they won't be getting salary. It's not that people don't want to donate their organs to. It is simply the way you frame that question that is making a big difference. So basically, just a tick mark that takes like less than maybe 100 milliseconds to do, that is saving so many lives. So this is the idea of nudging. uh, uh, and so basically, you won't change the choice architecture, meaning the choices that are given to the people are not changed. They can still choose to take all the money, salary home. They can still choose to not to give donate their organs in case of accidental death. So you did not constrain the choice menu, or the choice, you did not change the menu. The number of choices that are available, that are presented, are exactly the same. But the way you present the choices is such that people choose what is good for them, or people choose what is good for the society. So basically, you are nudging them. So another example along these lines is, say for example,
It's okay. Raidu, I'm so sorry, but it's okay. I got the general context. We can watch the uh, lecture,
okay.
and then maybe if you have a question, then I can ask you.
Okay. Is that okay?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Huh?
Yes, absolutely. Let's see the video.
Stories and thought experiments. And I thought what I would do in the lecture today is give you a sense of the path of behavioral economics, how it started from these stories and thought experiments. And
all of you can hear now?
End up with the Swedish Social Security
Yes,
system.
we can.
Yes, Raidu. Yes.
Which is another
Yes, sir.
experiment. Maybe my most famous story involves a dinner party and a bowl of cashew nuts. This was back when I was in graduate school. A bunch of economists were coming over for dinner. We put out a bowl of cashews and served drinks. And after a while, about half the bowl had been consumed. We were worried about our appetites. And so I took the bowl and hid it in the kitchen. And I then came back and first of all, everybody thanked me. Thank God you got rid of those nuts. And then, since it was a group of economics graduate students, we began to analyze it, which shows you the danger of going to a dinner party with a group of economists. And so the analysis was A, that we were happy, and B, that we were not allowed to be happy. Because it's a basic axiom of economics that more choices are always preferred to fewer. And before we had the choice to eat the nuts or not, and now we didn't. So what were we doing being happy? So how is it that having a choice removed can make us better off? This led to a series of papers with my friend Herr Schäffrin on self-control. My second story involves the then chairman of the economics department at the University of Rochester, where I was studying, who I followed in his footsteps in becoming a wine lover. And when I met him, he had been collecting and drinking wine for a long time and had made some wise purchases early on, possibly including even this bottle. But for this story, we're going to say he bought a bottle for $4.95 and later was able to sell it for $100. And he had a rule that he wasn't willing to pay more than $30 for a bottle of wine. But he sometimes would drink one of his old bottles. Well, that's a puzzle if you're an economist. He won't buy, he won't sell, but he will drink. So that's kind of the economist's reaction to this. And that story eventually led to another research stream on what we'll call the endowment effect, loss aversion, status quo bias, and so forth. Here's a third story. These are all from the same vintage, kind of when I was in grad school. A friend and I were given tickets to a basketball game in Buffalo. We were living in Rochester. There was a big snowstorm, and we wisely decided not to go to the game. But my friend said, had we bought those tickets, we would go to that game. Now, of course, economists call this the sunk cost fallacy. And the question is, why would anybody think going to the game helps? So yes, in that hypothetical where we had paid a lot of money for these tickets, there would be that wasted money, but going to the game wasn't going to get that money back. So why is it that there was this temptation to feel like we should go to the game if we had paid for the tickets? And this and many other stories led to a research program on mental accounting. So I then met these two guys, these two young, handsome guys here, Amos Tversky and Daniel Kahneman. And I got an idea from them, kind of that made my research possible. They were busy studying how people make judgments. This is before they wrote their famous paper on prospect theory. And the idea related to earlier work by Herb Simon. It says, okay, people are boundedly rational, and so they use simple rules of thumb to help them make decisions. And then here was the aha moment I got from reading their research, which is that the use of these heuristics not only leads to errors, economists would have no problem with that. We know how to add an error term. The idea was that they would lead to systematic bias. So an example is you can ask people, what do they think is the ratio of gun deaths by homicide to gun deaths by suicide in the United States? People think homicides are a much more frequent cause of death. In fact, suicides are about twice as often. That's an example of what they call the availability bias. And you can win bar bets based on their research. One lesson from these stories is that there's a bunch of things that economic theory tells us we can leave out, and in fact makes the strong prediction that they simply will not matter. I call these supposedly irrelevant factors. And really my research can be summarized as there are a lot of these supposedly irrelevant factors that are not irrelevant. They matter. So I call these SIFs, supposedly irrelevant factors. So my three little stories illustrate them. If you push the cashews just even to the other side of the table, as we've all done on occasion, you know, maybe with the platter of the delicious bread they insist on giving you in Swedish restaurants, pushing it to the other side of the table can help. Why in the world should that help? You can reach over there and get it. The location of the bread is a SIF. The fact that Professor Rosette owned that bottle of wine is a SIF. His willingness to drink it should not depend on whether he owns it, assuming he can buy and sell at the same price. And the sunk cost is another SIF. How much we paid for the tickets shouldn't affect our decision to go to the game. So once we realize that there's this long list of SIFs, we can expand the predictive power of economic theory because a lot more stuff matters. So how do we get from stories to science? I'm going to illustrate that with one experiment that I did with my friends Daniel Kahneman and Jack Knetch. And you'll see the mug here plays a crucial role in this. My last remaining mug is now in the Nobel Museum. So I stole these Legos from my grandchildren, and you'll see they're going to play a crucial role in this little illustration. So here's how the experiment works. We start using a technique that was invented by Vernon Smith, who shared the Nobel Prize with Danny Kahneman 15 years ago. And in using Vernon Smith's technique, we assign values to people. So we do that by saying, if you end up with one of these tokens at the end of the experiment, you can redeem it for the value indicated here. Then we assign tokens at random, which we've done here. And incidentally, my friend Linnea, who produced all these beautiful slides, has assigned these at random in the way that Kahneman and Tversky would say is the most random looking way of us randomly assigning nicely done, Linnea. So we've assigned these at random, and now we conduct a market in which we allow people to trade. So people who don't have tokens can buy them, people who have tokens can sell them, and then we see what happens. And this is what happens, which is exactly what is supposed to happen. And this is an example of what's called the Coase theorem, named after Ronald Coase, 1991 Nobel laureate. His basic idea is that in a market where transaction costs are low, as they are in this experiment, then the initial assignment of property rights, which in this case was done at random, will not affect the eventual allocation of resources. And we see that's true here. The people, the guys, the Legos on the top row who really love tokens end up with all the tokens. Okay? Now, we have the Legos back. And here, the values, we've now arranged the Legos in the order in which they like a Cornell coffee mug. So that guy in the left really wants one of those mugs. It's worth $20 to him, whereas whoever that guy is in the bottom right has no interest in a Cornell mug. Maybe he doesn't like Cornell, or he doesn't love coffee, or what have you. So now we're going to do the same random assignment. Coincidentally, just the same way, in the very random looking assignment. And now we're going to do another market, just the way we did with the tokens. And if the Coase theorem worked, again, the people who love the mugs most would end up with all the mugs. What actually happened? Well, we got about a third as much trading as we should have. And the reason for that was that the people who had mugs didn't want to give them up, but the people who didn't have mugs were not that interested in buying one. So what did we learn from this? Two things. One is we can't learn much about human behavior by running experiments in which we assign values to people, because that's not the way life works. When we go into the market, there's nobody telling us what we should pay for that loaf of bread or that bundle of Swedish meatballs. And when we deal with the real world, then we observe too little trading. Why? Well, it's kind of overdetermined. Part of it is loss aversion, the idea that it hurts more to give something up than to acquire it. And there's also something called status quo bias, which we will see again later, where people tend to stick with whatever they have. And there are other factors that are reinforcing these. We know what we have and we kind of like it. And something else, we're not sure what we would get. And then there's just our basic laziness, that the sort of thing that when we're watching television, we can find ourselves watching the show that comes on the same station we've been watching, even though the cost of switching is exactly some click. So, as Magnus mentioned, one of the questions we ask in behavioral economics is, what happens if we relax assumptions of unlimited rationality and unlimited willpower? So we deal with humans, and suppose that these humans are not all as smart as Einstein. and don't have perfect self-control. They're more like Homer Simpson. Then what? Well, let's take another Nobel Prize winning theory, this one from Franco Modigliani, that's called the life cycle hypothesis. This is the standard economic model of saving for retirement. So let me just illustrate how that's supposed to work. It's basically two steps. First, figure out how much you expect to make over your lifetime, how long you're going to live. Then decide how you'd like to smooth consumption over that lifetime, and then do it. So here's an illustration. Here's a very simple case. Suppose your income is going to steadily increase until you reach 65, at which point you retire and stop earning money. And suppose you wanted to have a perfectly flat consumption profile, then you would borrow early in your life, you would save later in your life, and then you would dissave. And you would, when you were 20, you would formulate that plan, and then you would do it. Now, of course, life is more complicated than that. For example, income might have unexpected changes. So, oops, you get laid off, and you go to Silicon Valley and make a bundle of money. Oops, the startup doesn't do so well, but then you write a book. So you know that's those are income surprises. We can have consumption surprises. That sports car was irresistible. Kids move back in. Kids don't even think about it. Maybe the grandchildren, they're cute, but then you get old and all kinds of stuff happens that you don't anticipate. So you can see this is hard, and so people might need some help. And the econs in economic theory don't need any help. They can just figure all this out. They can figure out what they need to do, and they don't have any self-control problems, so they just do it. Now, this is a new problem that humans face. We've been around for millions of years, they tell us. For most of our time on Earth, saving for retirement was not something anyone needed to worry about. The reason is you would die first. So those that did manage to live long enough to be able to stop working, the solution was move in with their kids, who conveniently were living next door and still were willing to have their parents move in. And then in the 20th century, these norms started to break down. The kids moved away, parents started living longer, and so we had to solve this problem. And some of the solutions, the early solutions, were things like social security systems and companies sponsoring defined benefit pension plans. And those are the old plans where you got an annuity based on how long you worked and what you made. And these plans were very easy for us humans because there were no choices. You got taxed on your income, and then you got your social security payments. The same with your job. You worked. The retirement was all in the background. And then when you retired, you got this annuity, and life was easy. Well, firms and countries discovered that especially pay-as-you-go pension plans can lead to problems. And so they created new strategies called defined contribution plans. And these are much harder for humans. Humans have to decide whether to join the plan, and then if they join, how much to save, and then if they, and then how to invest that money. And some people don't bother to join. Those who join may not save enough or may not invest particularly wisely. And notice that the traditional model is of no help whatsoever in solving this problem because it assumes people have solved it. And if they're not saving enough, well, that's because they don't expect to live very long or are happy not having very much when they retire. So if they're just saving the right amount, you have no advice to give them, and there's no reason to offer them help. So how can behavioral economics help? Well, one way is using what Cass Sunstein and I refer to as choice architecture. So choice architecture is the environment in which we make decisions. So one example is a menu. If you go to a restaurant, the chef has decided what he or she wants to cook, but there's somebody at the restaurant whose job is to write that down into a menu. And it could be a simple menu. You can have a 4-course or a 6-course dinner and you have no choices, or it could be, you know, one of these menus at a Chinese restaurant that seems to be endless. So one lesson from behavioral economics is that what you order will depend on the structure of the menu. And in an Italian restaurant, if the pasta courses are in a separate category, people will order differently than if they are mixed in with the other appetizers or entrees. Store layouts. Again, if you assume people just go to the store and buy the optimal bundle, then the way the store is arranged won't matter. It'll be another SIF. But stores have learned that's not right, and they spend a lot of money figuring out how they want you to walk through a supermarket and make sure you pass by the things that are most profitable. And they stick things like milk in the back of the store because that's the thing you buy most often, and you're sure to walk by a lot of tempting other things when you go by. Places like Amazon, of course, have spent billions thinking about choice architecture. So one of the lessons of choice architecture, and the title of the book Cass and I wrote, is that the choice architecture can influence what we pick because it will include what we call nudges. So what are nudges? Nudges are features of the environment that influence the behavior of humans, but would not influence the behavior of econ. So where an item is on the menu doesn't affect Homo economicus, but it does affect us. So the feature of nudges that we stress in our book is that nudges are a way to influence choices without forcing anyone to do anything. And we called the philosophy we espoused libertarian paternalism. Many people did think this phrase was an oxymoron. We wrote a paper called Libertarian Paternalism is Not an Oxymoron. A law professor wrote another paper saying libertarian paternalism is an oxymoron. I was lobbying with Cass that we should write a rejoinder that says, no, it's not. Reason prevailed. So what are some nudges? Maybe the most powerful nudge we have in our arsenal is simply to change the default. So what is the default? The default is simply what happens if you do nothing. Now, we're really good at doing nothing. Passivity is one of humans' greatest skills. So an application of this idea in the domain of pension plans is what's come to be known as automatic enrollment. So in the old system, when you were first eligible for the pension plan, there were a bunch of forms you had to fill out, and you'd have to decide how much to save and then how to invest. There could be a big long pile of these forms. Some people, like my friend Cass, are very norm averse or form averse. And if Cass has to fill out a form, he's almost certain not to do it. So what does automatic enrollment do? It says you get the same pile of forms, but on the top page, it says if you don't fill these forms out, we will enroll you in the pension plan at this saving rate and in this fund, and you don't have to do anything. So that's a SIF, right? The default is a SIF. It takes a minute or two to fill out these forms. So it shouldn't matter. Does it matter? Yes, big time. So this is some data from Vanguard that administers thousands of these plans. The purple lines are the percentage of people that are enrolled for plans that use automatic enrollment. The gray lines are for those that don't. And you can see for any income group, about 90% of the people join if we use automatic enrollment, much less for other groups, particularly for lower income groups. So this is a nudge that's particularly effective at helping lower income people save for retirement. Well, there's a problem with automatic enrollment, and that is that particularly in the United States, the firms that employ this strategy almost universally enroll people at too low of a level, often 3% of income. That is not enough to save for retirement. So how can we solve this problem? My former student Shlomo Ben-Artzi and I took this on. And what we decided to do is think about this starting with the psychology and ask, well, what is it that's preventing people from saving enough? Well, one is self-control problems. We can go out for a fancy dinner tonight. That's tempting. Whereas saving for retirement, that's sometime off in the future. And we know people have more self-control for the future than for now. Many of us are planning diets, not this week, certainly, maybe after the new year. The second is loss aversion that I've previously mentioned. People don't like to see their income go down. So we wanted to take that into consideration. And then inertia. People are good at doing nothing. So our idea was, we know these three things are preventing people from saving. Let's flip the problem around and use those to create a plan that will take those weaknesses, if you want to call it that, and use them to help. So the plan we created, we called Save More Tomorrow. And the basic idea was to invite people now to save more later, because self-control is easier for later. It's like our diet plan that will start in January. And particularly to invite them to save more when they get their next raise, so they won't see their income go down. That will eliminate the loss aversion. And then we're going to keep that up until they hit some goal. So we'll get inertia working for us. So we spent years trying to get any company to try this, and we finally found one in Chicago. And in this particular implementation, the company, it was a small company, they hired a financial advisor and offered his services to any employee. It was about 300 employees. And for most of them, the advisor said, we think you should save at least 5 percentage points more. And most of the employees said, that you're nuts, I can't afford that. So then and only then were they offered the Save More Tomorrow plan. And it was quite an aggressive one. Their saving was increased by 3 percentage points every time they got a raise. So notice this is all a SIF, right? With life cycle savers, they would have no interest in joining Save More Tomorrow because they're already saving the right amount. And if it was put in, they would undo it because they are already saving the right amount. So, so it shouldn't work. A, no one should join, and B, their behavior won't change. Well, let's see what happened. The first line of this chart are the people who said they didn't want to talk to this financial advisor, and you can see the inertia in the system. These numbers fluctuate a little. It's not that anyone is doing anything. It's there's attrition. So some people leave the company. Then here is the group that took the advice to go up by 5 percentage points. You can see they did that and then stopped. Then here are our guys. And you can see we almost quadrupled saving rates using supposedly irrelevant factors. Now, a question we asked, and we were asked at hundreds of workshops. Yes, but maybe you get them to save more over here, but then they're undoing it somewhere else that you can't see. And for 30 years or so, I was trying to figure out how to test and possibly reject this alternative hypothesis. I never could find the data that would allow me to do that. Fortunately, in Scandinavia, there are no secrets. And so the great young economist Raj Chetty and some colleagues were able to test this hypothesis in nearby Denmark. And here's essentially what they did. They looked at people who switched jobs where their pension contributions went up by at least 3 percentage points. And you can see what happens to their pension saving. It goes up and right? So this is people being passive, the way we've seen in the other things I've shown you so far. But what are they doing in their other behavior? Here's their company pensions, nothing. Here's their other saving, nothing. So, no, we're not stealing from some other pot. It's all net saving. Okay, let me end with some new research I've been doing with two of my former students, Henrik Kronqvist, who's Swedish, and Frank Yu, who's not. This is a multinational team. And it involves, as the locals may know, in 2000, Sweden introduced something they called the premium pension system. And it has the following key features. There's a 16% payroll tax that goes to fund Social Security. 2.5% is directed toward this new premium pension system. There were 450 options in this plan. Essentially, any mutual fund approved by the EU that wanted to get in was allowed in. Now, when it was launched, the system had two nudges. Now, they weren't called nudges because we hadn't coined that term yet, but they were nudges nonetheless. So nudge number one was there was a default. If you didn't fill out a form, then you would be given this default fund with the spiffy title AP7. And so anybody who didn't want to make a choice was in that fund, and then some people who found it attractive. It was actually a pretty well-designed fund with low fees. They would also get that choice. That fund has done pretty well, so all the economists I know here claim they actively picked it. I want to tell those people we now have your data. So we're going to be checking. So we're going to call these delegators. They delegate their investment decisions to the people at AP7. Nudge number two, and this one is a bit curious. The government decided that in spite of creating this 13 basis point globally diversified fund, really people should choose their own portfolios from this array of 450 funds. And they launched a big advertising campaign saying, choose for yourself. It's your duty as a Swedish citizen to create the best possible portfolio. So the government advertised. That was the largest advertising campaign in Swedish history. It was supplemented by funds advertising as well, saying, yes, choose for yourself, and in particular, choose our fund. These ads were not particularly informative. Here's one. So Indiana Jones thinks you should invest in whatever this fund is. It's kind of a scary picture. I'm not, my wife used to teach advertising. I don't know whether she would approve of this ad, but anyway, there were those ads. And so what happened? We have a battle of the nudges, the default versus the urging. Which one? Our theory doesn't tell us anything about that. But the ad campaign won. So 2/3 of Swedish citizens decided to form their own portfolios. The rest took the default. Now, since then, new people entered the system, mostly young people entering the workforce for the first time or immigrants. The advertising campaign stopped advertising, and there were some lingering effects of those. Some people are joining just a month after the campaign ended, but then it wore out. And here's what happened. So you can see this is year one, when 2/3 of the people chose their own portfolios. That tapered off. And in recent years, almost no one is choosing their own portfolio. Those numbers on the right are about 0.5%. So that's kind of interesting, right? But one of the questions we're interested in is, well, how long do nudges last, right? So those guys on the left were, well, actually, until 2008, they were locked in. There was an obscure rule, the justification of which no one has been able to explain to me. But if you, maybe somebody here knows, but if you turned down the default fund, you weren't allowed to take it later until 2008. Then they changed that rule. But so one of the question is, those guys who were nudged to be individualistic, did they stay that way? And if so, that would be interesting, because almost no one has chosen to do that since. So 27% of the people in the default fund have left and decided to become do-it-yourselfers, but essentially no one that started as a do-it-yourselfer has switched. So this nudge has lasted more or less forever. And that's in spite of the fact that the default fund has had drastic changes. So in 2010, the managers of the fund decided they wanted to juice the returns. Well, hopefully. So they decided to add leverage. Now, what does that mean? Technically, they were borrowing and buying options, but the details of that are not important. They initially had 125% leverage, meaning that if the market went up 10%, the fund would go up 12. Then they switched to 50% leverage. So 50% leverage means that if the market goes up 10%, you go up 15%. But if the market falls 10%, the fund falls 15%. Now, in hindsight, these guys look like geniuses, since the market has pretty much steadily gone up since they took these. But we can ask, what would happen if we had another financial crisis? So what would this fund have done in the period 2006 to 2008? The answer is down 82%. So, this is a pretty big change. And so a question that Frank and Henrik and I have been exploring is, did anybody notice this? So, by the way, there are now 900 funds, because 450 really wouldn't do. So, and one of those 900 funds is identical to the default fund, but has no leverage. So it was possible, if you liked the thing you were in, and these guys in the room, and I know who you are, who claim they picked the default fund by choice in their wisdom, I'm looking at you, pair. Presumably, they were picking an unlevered fund, and might have noticed that, gee, this thing has gotten a lot of risk. Maybe I should switch into this other fund that's just like the one I allegedly actively picked. So did anyone notice? So here's a plot of the leverage over time. This is the number of people that were leaving the default fund. I don't know whether you can read those numbers. The scale goes from 0 to 400, maybe up to 600. There are 3 million investors in this fund. So our conclusion is we cannot reject the hypothesis that 3 million Swedish investors are asleep. They may be asleep. We cannot rule that out. They certainly are not deserting the fund in droves. So what can we conclude from this? The first is nudges can be quite powerful. Both the nudge of creating a default, which has recently been all-powerful, and the earlier nudge saying, please don't take the default, that was also very powerful. Second, and this we've never been able to test before, thank you Sweden for giving us this opportunity. We now know nudges can last at least 17 years, possibly longer. And it's suggesting a new marketing campaign for our nudging efforts. So let me conclude. It is possible, many people told me early on, it's just not possible to do economics any other way. It wouldn't be economics. So that's not true. It's possible to do economics without homo economics. Sorry. Second, if we learn from other social scientists, we can improve economics. We can increase its explanatory power, and it can give us all kinds of new tools that we can use to improve people's outcomes. So in short, we can nudge for good. Thank you.
How was it? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
How was it? Is it good?
Intense. It was intense.
Yeah, I thought he
It was very.
What were you saying? I thought there were a lot other examples. He didn't give very many examples. I think he focused a lot on. one example from economics. When, but this idea of nudge is, I think, very good. You see them in practice also. People who never even thought of it explicitly. One I might have mentioned this in one of these some earlier in the week is that yeah, you probably will notice, you might notice in Starbucks or places like, or in some coffee day or whatever. When you go order your drinks or pay for the drinks, coffee, there will be a, what is this, tip jar. So usually it is some if there is a circle drawn with two inside in one vertical line and one horizontal line, then basically something that looks like a face. It doesn't have to look like a real any real face. If that face is towards the, what is that, customer, if you place the tip jar such that the face is facing the face of the customer, you find that the tip jar is gets filled up very quickly. So people are good, are tend to be very good in public, when they are, think they're being watched. Or it may not, they may not be even noticing it consciously. Uh, uh, but they might, even if they subliminally see a face there, they will automatically put a tip. So that's another nudge that I can think of.
So even in when we sign up in new websites and all, there is this
Yeah.
option of subscribe to email alerts and promotion emails and all that. It's by default checked. Like we have to uncheck it consciously, otherwise, like all the things they want us to subscribe for, they on their own automatically keep it checked,
Yeah.
and then you have to kind of stop and
But this is getting on. Doesn't it get on your nerves? Like there are so many things that are good for you. See, nudge is supposed to be the good. What is good for you is made default. So,
yeah.
but in this case, what is bad for us is made default. And if when you try to make, you have to go through a lot of loops, hoops, jump hoops, and to get to what is good for you. No, that I wouldn't call nudge. That is like a scamming.
Yeah, it's a scam only. Like there is, social media is full of scams, but that this is the research that kind of supports that.
Yeah. See, I think nudge is used
Yeah.
in the sense. Go ahead, Ananya.
Yeah, actually, in the lines that Charlene was saying, it is there is an UX term called dark patterns, which the concept of dark patterns relates to this particular thing a lot. So it's basically tricking people to do something that they wouldn't do normally. So you put words in such a way that they're tricked into moving forward with it. Yeah. She's talking about that also.
No, but are you making it? Are you making the choice architecture such that it is people are more likely to choose things that are good for them, or are you making it difficult to make the choices that are good for them? That's the question. So nudge is the term that.
The question here is what is good for them.
Yeah.
So, for example, a company or any company which is selling a digital product, for them, us knowing about that product and getting information about that product is in their interest, but they can justify that as being good for us.
No, you see, for example, I remember, like there is this game where kids can play. They just have to they feed the fish. Basically, you small fish will be. I think it's not much of anything. You open the app and the fish will be floating around, and you like almost very young kids play this. You press a button, and some fish food. Basically, some colored dots will come down, and the fish will go and eat that food. And this app is free, and what is this? Small kids they download it and they play. And the food is also initially it is free. So after the kids starts playing it, if at some point when they realize, based on their playing or how often they're playing or whatever, I don't know. But at some point, it automatically gets automatically turned into every time the food is no longer free. If you have to feed the fish, you have to pay for it. But the app, when it is download, usually the kids download in their father's or mom's mobile now. So it will, in order to start this app, you have to give it access to what is this? Whatever cards that you have registered on your phone. To deduct money. Initially, it won't deduct anything because it's giving you free. But after 1 or 2 months, it will start deducting, and it has this thing. I think, like, if you don't feed the fish start dying and all those drama baji. And the kids think, oh, we have to give more food, and the more food they give, the more it gets expensive. And this became it is these guys are so greedy that like one kid spent $10,000 in a week with, and another kid like 20,000, 50,000. It was like huge sums of money. These are like and this was in the news. And so the guy in news, they brought the CEO of the company, and that guy was in what is this? He's an Indian, and he has no shame in saying that. Oh, this is a way to teach kids to be responsible, financially responsible. And the dad was furious. Yeah, so and he started yelling and cursing him on TV. And then this guy like he started keeping quiet. Otherwise, he was lecturing to the newscaster about how good it will teach the kids to be financially responsible from a very early age on. Then the father came on the phone, one of the fathers who lost 50,000 or something before he knew. They're rich people. So they didn't realize unless they got some alerts saying that amount. Somebody said a boy spent 16 lakhs on PUBG. Oh, PUBG is also you have to it takes money?
I think someone who plays the game can explain better. There are some features you can unlock apparently.
Oh, my nephew he's always playing PUBG. I should see. He may tell his parents to make sure in their account. I didn't know. He always tells, "What are you doing?" PUBG, and he will turn away every time I try to talk to him.
So a lot of these apps they save your credit card details as default,
Yeah.
and so a lot of times these children just keep buying. They don't even realize that it's being charge to the credit card, because for them it's a click of the button,
Yeah,
but eventually parents get the credit card bill.
yeah.
Yeah, my cousin also did this once.
Oh, thank you for telling me. I should tell my sister to be careful. He's always on PUBG. So, do you find it relevant or not?
Sir, it is very relevant. I think I would want to like even read this whole nudge theory a little more closely, because I think choice architecture is, at least in experience design, is something that is referred to a lot. Like people use this word a lot without completely understanding what it means, and I think that is something I would definitely want to read up on a bit more to understand what informs choice architecture and even what is ethical choice architecture.
Yeah, yeah, these people keep. I keep. They say they are hiring. Now the companies are hiring ethicists or to. I think they are simply making sure they hiring ethics philosophers and all this, so that they don't get into trouble in public, or but I don't think they have any deep down there any moral bearings. Uh, I don't know how much money do you want to make. Yeah. Any more questions, comments?
So also could you share some more content on how people make judgments and system biases he was talking about in the video? He didn't go ahead to explain anymore, but the concept is very interesting.
Yeah. So this is the idea. What is this? What is so? What was the one he talked about?
He
So,
mentioned
so
how people make judgments.
yeah, yeah. So one of the things is so if you when it comes to things like marriage, eh, those are the things you should not think about them. You should go with your gut feeling. So that's see anything that depends on enormously complicated structure. I think there conscious thinking is not very fruitful, in the sense it is too effortful to evaluate what would see. Ideally, everybody want what is this marital bliss to last forever. That's but I try to find this paper. I think this is a science paper where the found that people who were given the option to think about think, they were given all the so not they didn't this was the conclusion. In the conclusion they give this example of marriage, but uh, they had like, say, for example, choice between things that differed very simply, like whether buying 1 liter milk or 2 liters milk. So was 1 liter versus 2 liter milk, and then there are things like buying one car versus another car, and which involves a lot more features and lot more attributes. So what you find that is so as the feature space increases, meaning there in one feature one respect this might be a good option. In another aspect, this might be a good option. So there, it's so basically there is a huge long feature vector, meaning it has this feature that you want, it has another feature that you don't want, whereas that has but this feature vector is too very long, and to evaluate basically the Hamming distance from what you want, which one of them is closer to what you want, that would require a lot of thought. And in those cases, I think, so to speak, you go by the big picture. Instead of going feature by feature by feature by feature. Hamming distance is like you go by one feature and after another feature has a tail. Well, so that is one of the things that comes across. And I think when it comes, say another thing is, you remember I talked about attribute substitution. So the availability, or what he was talking about was availability heuristic. So and related to that is, like, for example, if there is a, say for example, you learn a new word, like say genuflect, and all of a sudden you start to think everybody is using the same word, or you feel as if the number of instances of the usage of that word increases, or whenever there is a plane crash, you all of a sudden feel like get the impression that the incidence rate of plane crashes somehow increased. So these are the things, simply what they call as availability heuristic. So the basic and the I'll give the underlying structure. So the idea here is that there are two systems. Did you come across this book, Thinking Fast and Slow? Hello?
No.
Anybody
No,
can?
I have.
Well, a few of my friends are actually reading that book. It's very thick book.
Yeah. So basically, the basic idea behind that, huh? Yeah, so basically Kahneman wrote that book, and that's what he was referring to. So what idea of, I think this, so what it says is, there are two systems. When you come to make, when you try to make a decision, when you try to make a choice, there are two systems of thinking. One is system one and system two. Basically, the one system one is fast. And system one is uh, uh, slow. Uh, uh, um, uh, System one is fast, meaning you don't have to do anything. You don't have to unconscious. The answer readily presents itself to you. So when you are faced with a problem, and when you are faced with a problem, the answer readily presents itself to you. And that is the system one giving you the answer. And the second one is system two. This is effortful. And in order to find the answer, basically you have to think, sit down and take a pencil and paper and write it down, or so on and so forth, or reflect upon it. So it's like buying a house, whether you to buy a house or buy an apartment in a fancy gated community, or so on and so forth. So what happens is, most of the time, whenever you're presented with with a problem that requires you to choose one, make a decision. Say, for example, you are on the faculty recruitment board. So you have to choose hire an assistant professor. So so finally you are on the interviewing board, and so only 5 shortlisted candidates files will come to you. So that file will include what is this? And all the research papers and the research program they proposed, and recommendation letters, and so on and so forth. So that will be a huge thick file. And you have these thick files, five of them, and these 5 candidates have been shortlisted for interview. Let's say only 3 candidates have been shortlisted for interview. So, or even let's make it even simpler. 2 candidates were shortlisted for interview, and you have 2 big files. These, in realistically, they will be. Realistically, it takes at least in a very conservative estimate. Even if you are a department chairman or dean of the school, even like, say, for example, your design dean and your director of this institute, you would have to sit down on each of, if you had to systematically thoroughly read the files, it would take 1 week for each candidate. 1 week of serious reading. So for most of the time, it would require evaluating how his work fits in with your program. Those are other considerations that you want to have to take into account. One is to see whether they're good, and whether the programs they're proposing, the research they're proposing to do, whether that makes any sense, and so on and so forth. So what happens? They're shortlisted by some other committee, pre-screening committee or something, and on the interview day they come to give the talks, and invariably, whether you like it or not, the person who dresses well, and the person who gives a very commanding lecture, whose language proficiency is very good, who speaks fluently, who speaks with authority, who speaks with, who gives a TED talk. If I were probably, if somebody gave me a TED talk, I would leave the room. But in real life, that doesn't happen. So basically, who gives a TED talk will get the job. So what is happening here is that, according to Kahneman and all, okay. So let me, before I forget other things. What happens is, the question is, which one of these 2 candidates is fits within the NID, fits with them, is a good fit for the institute, and can take the institute forward. So that is a very complicated decision. So when presented with that complicated question, system 1 of your director, he is not aware. He is thinking he is doing a rational, very thoughtful decision. So what it does is, it says, the brain it's always effortful things are not present to do. He will be flipping through the papers and reading through and thinking through. He will be going through the behavioral going through the motions. But the decision that he comes through, what is this? Would be he would be thinking he is making a decision based on very rational and thorough evaluation of the files that are put in front of him, and based on the work that he's presented in his lecture, and based on the personal interview and so on and so forth. But what happens in fact is, basically the system one will not will tell the system one, forget it, you can't figure this thing out. And this is an open-ended question that it will take a month for you to come to any reasonable solution. Let me solve the problem for you. So what it does is, okay, does he look good? Yes. Does he sound intelligent? Yes. Does he look like he can be a commanding presence here? Yes. Okay, then take him. So basically what it did is, when presented with a difficult question, it answered the difficult question with an answer to an easy question, which is, did he give a commanding lecture? Did he does he look good? Did he dress well? Those are easier questions to answer. So the answers to the easier questions were presented when presented with a difficult question. So the brain looks for an easier question that is related to the difficult question that is presented to him. So both are about this, whether to hide this, about what is it about this. So it substitute one attribute. He looks good, he is commanding, his English language proficiency is out of this world, his accent is American. So these things will be substituted for he made an original contribution, or he made a contribution that, even though the field doesn't appreciate, that would it is very thoughtful. So if not today, tomorrow it will the field will come around and recognize it. So it will in some sense dupe your director. I hope your director doesn't listen to this thing. Into make him think that he is making a very good choice, but he is substituting one attribute with another attribute. So that is attribute substitution. And so that is one thing. And the other thing is, what it does is, imagine, I'll give you a psychological example, a visual example, but you can So Kahneman, the way he went around his research is, I like his motivation, but I don't like his conclusions. So I think I vented on him a while ago, no? So I'm not going to regurgitate that. So I'll be nice to him today. So you're driving in a car, and when it is little bit cloudy, there are a lot more accidents. Or when it is hazy or foggy in the so what happens is, so the things that are far away are blurry. The distant mountains are fuzzy, are blurry, and the things that are closer are have a lot of detail in them. So the brain, this is an attribute substitution too. When it looks at a thing, that doesn't have very high resolution, then it thinks it is far away. And that makes sense in the real world, no? In everyday world. So most of the time when you're driving, the distant car will be blurry and a nearby car will be clearly visible. So when you see something that is has a lot more detail, you slow down because that is closer. And when you see something, say if you can see the heads and of the passengers in the car, then you think it is clear, it is closer, and then you slow down. If you can't see the people in the car, then it must be very far away. Then you hit the gas and go fast. So this here, the resolution is a proxy for distance. Is that clear?
Yes, sir. So you're saying
Yeah.
that when
Makes sense, yeah.
there's a harder question to answer, the brain tries to find easy cop-outs to be able to answer that. And so resolution and things being further is inference being drawn from that is an example of that.
Yeah, so these things are easy to decide whether something is blurry or whether something is clearly visible. Are easy things to do. So we use that as a proxy for the distance.
Yeah.
So now, if you are using that as just as well dressed, talking authoritatively, speaking fluent English, when those are used as a proxy for good scientist, deep thinker, so on and so forth. So here, when you use this proxy, it works. It is very good for under ordinary circumstances. But now, when it is cloudy and when it is foggy and when it is hazy, nearby things are also blurry. But you don't take the changing climatic conditions into account. The visual system doesn't take the changed environment into account. That is discounted. It only takes the blurriness as a metric of the distance. So the blurrier the thing, the farther it is away. So you'll be going at some speed and you see a car in front of you that is blurry. So you keep on going. But now, since the outside conditions change, the blurry car is closer to you. It is not as far as you think it is, and you hit it. So that's the reason a lot of accidents happen when this is another thing of substituting attribute. So along and attribute substitution is a very pervasive thing. It's not just in I think this is the if I had more time, I thought of talking it in detail, but but now I'll simply talk. Sorry, I couldn't make slides of this. So this is so the other thing. What is this? So for example, emotions. Let's talk about emotion. Not even emotions. The internal state. So never ever go to your director right before the lunch. Seriously, for anything. So what they did in Israel, they did an experiment. So they looked at all the judgments that have been delivered over a 10-year period on all sorts of cases. And so the judgments can be delivered at 10 in the morning if everything is done, or they can be delivered at 5 in the evening, or they can be delivered. So they looked at the judgments that have been delivered right before lunchtime. and the judgments that have been delivered right after lunch. And they looked at, they took this from these judgments, they picked up all the cases that were same crimes. Say, what is this? Marijuana pollution, smoking marijuana on the street. So this is the same thing. Somebody was in downtown smoking marijuana, and the police picked them up and brought them to the judge. So this crime is same. There is no, it is not selling marijuana or anything. There are two kids smoking joints on the street in downtown. And so the kids that they were brought to the judge right before the lunchtime got a lot more, they were sent to this thing, prison or whatever. And the kids that were brought to the judge right after he had lunch here were sent, let go off by a warning. See, this is an actual study that was done in Israel. So here, your state, if you feel happy, you'll be like, it's kids, let them. When you're hungry, you become all moralistic. Oh no, this is a gateway drug. Today he's doing, it's not like you hate the kid. Today he's, you become, what is this, puritanical. You'll be like, oh, today he's doing marijuana, tomorrow he'll be doing some other meth. And before you know, he'll come and break into houses. And before you know, he might start butchering people or something. All these thoughts come when you're hungry. When you're your stomach is full, you'll be like, don't do it. It's not good for you, something like that. And then you let him go off. And the final one I wanted to give you is, what is this? So, and this we all do. One, what to do with life. Like what at any given time, there are a lot of decisions to make. Everyday life is full of decisions. So anything, whether it comes to what to study or what job to, what to aim for, what to achieve, everything, they are all complicated questions. It's like whom to marry, or whether to marry this person or not. Thinking doesn't help you here because it is enormously expensive. Even if you put the system to work, it is too costly. So what in these cases, the way we go around living our lives is we use popularity as a proxy for good. See, if a lot of people are doing, that must be good. And if they're still doing it alive, that must be good. See, if it was bad, they would have probably be dead now. If they are making wrong choices for life. So whatever it makes sense to do what is popular. I'm not using popular in a derogatory sense. I'm using it in a very positive sense. Popularity is used as a proxy for what is good. And most of the time, it is good. It doesn't do any harm. Everybody is going to school. So we go to school and study. There is nothing wrong with that. And if you are in Mathgiri, if you are, I live near MS Ramaya Medical College. Before the corona, every morning I go to drink chai. I see all these thousands and thousands of students rushing to MS Ramaya College. And the first thing, the thought that keeps coming to mind is, in education, we trust. You know, there is this thing, in God we trust. that is printed on dollar notes or something. Huh? So people really, education is the God. Nobody believes in God. Even the people who go, even the suicide bombers don't believe in God. They're simply messed up in their minds. Huh? The only thing we believe in is education. So that's why I think teaching should be taken very seriously. I take teaching very seriously because the amount of trust that is placed on educators is beyond anything that you can imagine. Nobody, the way your people are committed to education, starting from auto drivers, from very low income to all the way to high income. Everybody, because the world has become so unpredictable. So the only way to deal with this world, people realize the only way to is to learn more about it. So Pinker, he's another jerk. That's the another guy I want to punch him. But he said something. He came to a very good conclusion. So what he said is, I don't know. If you notice this or not, when I was in college, like intermediate, I could see people physically fighting on the streets. But not in the districts that I grew up are a little bit, they are not very aggressive. But I did see like a couple of times on the street people getting into fights. Physical fights, like but even that at the time was startling. But usually, but I shouldn't talk about Godavari districts, but because there the people are quote unquote peace loving, because everybody is more or less not on the edge of poverty, desperate to make a living or so on and so forth, because of this fertile lands and all. So most people who are relatively well off tends to be peace loving. Peace loving is other way of saying we are doing don't mess, don't, we are doing fine, don't mess with this thing, status quo, don't change the status quo. So there you don't find any. So in the suburbs you don't find any. Or in America it's a different case. But relatively reasonably well off people tend to use non-violence. But I got that is distracted. But what the point Pinker tries to make is the violence is decreasing in the society as a whole. If you look at the world as a whole, the violence society as a whole is becoming non-violent. So one of the reasons he gives for this, why are we becoming less and less violent? So one reason that you can give is non-violence. Anything can happen as a result of non-violence. So if you resort to non-violence as a means of solving any problem that you are confronted with, the outcome might be what you expected, or it might be something. The output space is very large. Any number of things can happen if you resort to non-violence as a means, as a pathway or a method to get what you want. But if you use non-violent method, if you resort to non-violence, you may not get what you want, but you may get half of what you want. But at least what you might get, that space is very narrow. That space is very limited. So you know what are the possible things that could happen if you use non-violence. Meaning, if you go and ask, or if you make a case like, sir, or go to the administration and say, see, the toilets don't have enough tissue paper, or this thing. Or if you simply go around, so now even in colleges, you don't see violence that much. That the reason he says people are not resorting to, or the account for decrease in violence is that people are spending a lot more time than they used to spend, say 100 years ago or 200 years ago, or at least. But in India, you might claim before the invasion of what is, and the destruction of the, what is this, in Nalanda University and all the major universities we had, Takshashila, we had world-class universities. No, at there they might have been spending as much time or even more time than we are spending in in education and learning. But for now, we'll discount that, because if you look as world as a whole, then you'll find that on average, a person is spending more time learning. Learning involves some sort of systematic reasoning, or there is more thinking involved in when you are in school, as opposed to. So people are becoming more and more reasonable. Or in other words, he says there is less non-violence because reason aligns with non-violence, and there is there is abundance of reason because people are becoming smarter, meaning they're spending more time in school. In fact, they're actually becoming smarter. If you take, there is this, there is an objective metric to say that people are, every generation is becoming smarter than the previous generation. So one way to say that, one way to see if that is not the case or not, is you look at the SAT scores, or what college entrance score. So every decade they have to renormalize it, because you have to put them in a percentile, no? So everybody is getting into the saturating percentile. So they again rescale it, renormalize it, so that they can, the colleges can pick across the gradient. So every generation is hitting the ceiling. So again, they have to resolve it to a finer scale. So, in other words, earlier it was kilometer, 2 kilometer, 3 kilometer scale. Next generation it is 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, and next generation it is 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, and the next generation is this. So, every generation, on average, is becoming more and more thoughtful, so to speak. Of course, there is all this Twitter, and older generation will say, back in the day we were so this, that. These days, kids come to the school and they're always on their mobiles. They're not paying attention.
May I ask why? Because our biology hasn't changed much. Then why are generations becoming smarter?
Oh, see, you are becoming smarter in your lifetime, no? The learning, so you didn't know learning. So you didn't know English when you were a kid. By the time you got to maybe however many years, I'm very bad at the ages. You start speaking fluent English. So that has a biological change, meaning synapses formed, synapses got strengthened, learning happened. So see, so I would argue that you are saying biological in the sense of gross scale that can be observed, but I think fine scale biology is changing.
Yeah, I was talking like if we take 100 years, 200 years ago, we have the same organs and we have the same capabilities, but I think it's the exposure that the new generation seem smarter because of the exposure to new things, or the way we get information. It's easier these days than it was before.
You see, take science as a metric. Take science as a metric. See, our understanding of mathematics is profoundly changed. Kandel would be like pulling his head to trying to understand today's mathematics, Gautam Day's mathematics. Huh? See, you can use one metric for you can a metric for whether a discipline as advanced or not is simply count the number of words. 10 years ago, how many words does your discipline have? Or 20 years ago? Just the words that are specific to your discipline. Design is one word. Huh? Okay, tell me some. Just count the words.
Like we know now or before.
Say when how many years ago this institute was started?
64.
So you go back to the time when it was started and count the number of words that are unique to the discipline. So those number of words you use can be taken as proxies for the concepts of the discipline, core concepts of the discipline. So that is the knowledge base that was available at the time. So the best of the designers' knowledge was that that was the conceptual repertoire. So now you take design textbook or simply just Google design now and see how many my friend does this. He answers every question by just Googling it, and it's amazing. Like I sent him a paper saying somebody said what is this a emotion, the way people experience, the emotional experience people have are varying by the countries or by region or language or from country to country or something. They're saying in some countries they're more happy and so. And he squashed that argument. I can send you that email if you are interested by simply Googling using Google, and he does. There are some. I think you can plot the search results and all those things you can do. How many words this are there in the search result and how many on this. If you are really interested, I can send that. It is about emotions and based. I can post it. He is a genius. So basically, what I'm trying to say is just take the number of words when this institute was started and the number of words that are now, that are unique to this discipline, and use them as proxy for the conceptual repertoire that you have now versus then. And my claim is that the conceptual repertoire that is available now is much more refined than that was there in the 60s. Say, for example, if you take physics.
That is true actually. For I think interaction design, I'm not sure, but I think the name was different earlier when it started. I don't know for which discipline it was in NID Bangalore, but now it is the way it is now, like to one word.
These were combined disciplines, no? Like information
Yeah,
design,
I think
interaction.
they were combined and they were. It has a different name, but now they're separated and they're.
Design for digital experiences, it was called.
Maybe it was digital design.
Sorry?
Design for digital experiences, DDE.
Yeah, exactly.
What I was referring to was is the knowledge base. Is the total knowledge base that we had back then and the knowledge base that we have now. It has changed. That is what he was referring.
Yeah. So take for example physics. We didn't have electron, proton, even see, nobody can deny that. Of course, I can. So I won't make this claim that our understanding of consciousness, mind, that got refined, because but for the destruction of that Nalanda and the invasion from the outsides, we had a very sophisticated understanding, and they burned the libraries. You know how long the libraries burned? For months and months. They were huge libraries, and there were books like Talapatra Granthas, like palm leaf books. They're still. I was fortunate enough to see one of those last time when I went to this. They have this Nalanda dialogue, where they have all the really brilliant Graham Priest, all these logicians. The logical sophistication of Buddhist thought is none of they basically prostrate, like people like Graham Priest and all. They'll be like in front of them. I'm not joking. It's very sophisticated, very detailed, and and we lost all that knowledge base, no? So that's why I'm saying we can't take the Indian case, and we, especially in this what is this consciousness and mind and self, Indian psychology. This is not something we can say we have a refined understanding now. I think we went backwards in some sense, but in other disciplines like mathematics. Say, for example, of course, in India there was mathematics, but that mathematics was more computational. See, Indian academia was always concerned with practice. It was not about theories. Even the theories of mind that we have are theories of beauty, or theories of emotion, or theories of mind. All these were theories abstracted from the then existing practices. So that is the way the mathematics goes. Ideal theorization goes. So why do you theorize? Where do you theorize? How do you theorize? Those are the two questions. How do you theorize is you theorize by conscious participation in the practice. So if you want to write a book, if you want to come up with a theory of yoga, you consciously participate in the practice, and then you abstract the essence of the practice, and that abstract essence is what is theory. So you use the theory to guide the practice again. So this never ends. Theory keeps getting refined. That cycle. So that was understood, and that's the reason the focus was on practice in India. So whether it is so, but of course we lost that academic culture for various historical reasons, and there is no point in belaboring that on that. What is gone is gone. But so if you discount this Indian story, you can, the rest of the world story you can summarize by saying, by say, for example, looking at physics or looking at mathematics, our understanding has becoming much and more refined. So, for example, to give a simple example, the notion of theory in mathematics was not a mathematical object. It was a linguistic statements. So a group has, for every element, has a set of elements. Within the set of elements, there is an element which is for every element has an inverse element. and there is an identity element, so on and so forth. They were verbal statements that are axioms. So from there, now Laurie made the notion of theory, not a set of statements or set of properties, but he made theory a mathematical object, and not just any mathematical object. It is a theory of a universe of discourse is an object of the universe. So basically, it is so profound. A theory of a cat is a cat. If you want me to put it in layman terms. So that is completely inconceivable in Cantor's time. He probably won't even understand what the hell does it mean. Does it mean to say a theory of a cat is a special type of cat? The theory of countries is a special type of country. So basically, theory is not outside the universe of discourse. Earlier theories, that is where the difference between physics. So physics is still backwards relatively compared to mathematics, because the physical theories are still outside the discourse of physics. In other words, you are not getting it? Okay, then I'll leave it. I think so. The claim is that generations are every generation is becoming smarter. That is not what is this a trivial claim. That's the point I wanted to make, and that is because of the amount of time we are spending in schools, or we are spending in the study, or on average.
But I have a point to contradict you. Like it's like suppose take the cavemen, the older people, thousands of years ago. They knew suppose there's a tiger hiding in the bush. They knew it by the smell of it, or they were more close to nature, and then they had instincts which.
Yeah. We lost. No. I agree. We lost a lot of faculties. Like, say, for example, if you think of, if you go back to the time when metaphysical poets, those poets, they can actually experience thought. I was talking about, like in the case of Buddha also, he could, when he thinks, even now there are people like my friend Rohan. When he talks in complete sentences, full sentences, and every sentence follows from the previous sentence. And after a while, it is like you can tell where he's going to go, what he's going to conclude, because it is so transparent and fluid. The thought process, very clear thinking. So if you ask him when he's doing calculations, do you want a pencil and paper? He says it is much easier to think about them. So he will sit and say the equations one by one like that. What follows from one. So there are still people like that. So, but of course, most of us lost that abilities. Of course, there are things that what is this? This is called tacit knowledge, procedural knowledge, which is there used to be farmers who could, for example, tell when it is going to rain. So now neuroscientists are trying to, like, there is this guy, I think Eagleman, if I'm not mistaken. No, not Eagleman. Yeah, I think his name is Eagleman. He was at Salk. So now that guy is trying to develop some body suits which can as they're sensors of the environment. And so basically, they will, in some sense, they will be trying to. David Eagleman, I think, he had a conversation with this guy, what is this? In the Isha guy? Huh?
Sadhguru.
Yeah, so neuroscientists are always coming to India, and
But why? Why are they going to Sadhguru? I mean, why are they going to Sadhguru? I'm just wondering.
I don't know. For some reason, this guy became very popular. Not all of them, of course, but in general, neuroscientists are now acknowledged that India had a very solid body of understanding, much more refined than the Western. See, Western, if you take Hume, he's considered as the greatest philosopher of British philosopher that England has ever English philosopher. And the way I think, if you ask me, all the Western philosophy can be summarized as a confused reaction to the Buddhist writings. They got confused reading Buddha. And that is what turned into postmodernism. That is what turned into what is this phenomenology. That is what turned into everything is a they got bits and parts correct, and they tried to express it, and that became a school of thought. Continental philosophy. Everything can be summarized by one sentence: confused reaction to Buddhist philosophy. I'm not joking, because Buddhist philosophy went far and wide. It was not very trivial thing. I think I'm getting too excited. I'll let you guys talk now.
Sir, it's not that this does not make sense. I just feel like, so when we start to talk about this whole thing of that our own knowledge of psychology and neuroscience was a lot more advanced than the Western.
No, I'm not saying neuroscience. I'm not saying neuroscience. I'm only talking about mind, consciousness, self. These are the
so
three things.
my consciousness and self
And language
was a lot more me, self-consciousness and language, our understanding was a lot more advanced than anything else that came before us. So just, I don't know, every time I hear somebody talking about that, I just feel very sad, because I just feel like there is, like, even in the academic sphere, even right now, even after this whole awareness has come in, there is just like so much lack of a conversation around it, and or even a focus on just Eastern philosophy of that, because I mean, even now the discourse that happens around this is very much like that's mystic, and that's, it's Orientalist thought, and it's mystical, not really scientific, and all that.
No. See, so yesterday I was trying to make this claim that the Chatuskoti of the, what is this, Buddhist logic, four-value, truth-value logic, that was considered mysticism. And now I can show you, I was trying to show, and somebody said, move on. I was trying to show how you get four truth values, and somebody said, we got it, move on. I think it's you. So it is not at all mystical. Huh?
It could be me, very, very possible.
It's okay, but all I'm saying is, there is nothing mystical like about see, what it all means is, so one way of thinking is enough to think about everything in the world. That is not accepted in India, in Indian philosophy. So there is a way to think about tables and chairs. There is a way to think about cats and dogs. There is a way to think about what is this? Experiences. There is a way to think about mind. There is a way to think about self. There is a way to think about language. So each universe of discourse has comes equipped with its own logic. So That's why Lawvere calls it the logic that you think of as logic, true or false, or Boolean logic. Lawvere calls it as subjective logic. That is a subjective logic in the sense of has been arbitrarily imposed on everything else. So what I think if you want, I can send you that paper I presented at Nalanda. I think I call it objective logic of consciousness. So basically, that is how you go about finding the logic that is intrinsic to the universe of discourse. So that's what I was trying to make the claim. In other words, you cannot think about what is this bacteria the way you think about dogs. And so, in other words, if you think the way you think about bacteria or electrons, the way you think about bacteria, because the concept that makes sense here don't make sense there. The concept of charge, the concept of positive charge, negative charge makes sense in the case of electron and proton, but they don't make sense in the case of what is the say graphs. It doesn't make sense to talk of a positively charged graph or a negatively charged graph. So there are things that make sense in one domain of discourse. Say, for example, in neuroscience, it makes sense to talk of receptive field, neuron, synapse. But if you go to physics and say, that's why you have to. I have been always saying bad things about Aristotle, but one good thing he did is he said, in order to understand the general laws of thinking, how we think, we have to first work on a smaller program, which is to define a universe of discourse. We have to define what is that we are thinking about. So first we'll demarcate what is that we are going to think about, and then try to find out what are the laws of thought that are applicable there, how we think about that universe. And then we can, it doesn't mean, then you say, okay, how do I go from this universe of discourse, the universe of tables and chairs, to what is, say, for example, the universe of cats and dogs, or the universe of, so in the case, but this is a program that has had to be taken up. But what is already been established is, in the case of mathematics, say for example, it has been made very clear there is no one universe, or there is no one way to think about the whole mathematics. So each universe, the way you reason about the things, the way you reason about sets is different from the way you reason about graphs, and it is different from the way you reason about groups. That is different from the way you reason about others. So, and the way you reason about these things is given within the universe itself. You don't have to go outside the physics to figure out how to think about physics. You don't have to go out of biology to think to figure out how to think about biology. You don't have to go out of mathematics to figure out how to think about mathematics. So see, then most of the people will be saying, "Oh, but we are reducing everything into physics." That is what the science is all about, reductionism. But that is half the story. So what is reductionism is basically trying trying to show ourselves that we understand how the world works. So first part of it is the world is working fine as it is. Or the world is what it is. to steal a phrase from Donald Trump, it is what it is. I know you all guys hate Trump. I just want to irritate you. The world is what it is. So then, in order for us to show to ourselves that we understand what that it is, what we first have to do is just as in the case of I gave the other day. I think I might have given the example. If I want to show to myself, I know how this computer works. The first thing I do is take it apart into pieces. All the way to electrodes, all the way to diodes, resistors, capacitors. And then that is the reductionism part. That is the program that we are on now. And next comes the, first you do, break it into pieces. Then what I do, I have to put them back together. Assemble, solder the onto the board and put screw the boards in and connect the wires and all those things. And then I say, okay, look, now you turn on, it is working as it used to work. So first is reductionism, then first is analysis, and then is synthesis. Now we are on the path of analysis or
So
reduction.
just one, reductionism, analysis, synthesis.
Yeah. So reductionism is the program we are on is analysis. We are taking apart everything. But we have to take apart. If you break it, if you drop this computer from the 5th floor, it will break into pieces. Then you cannot synthesize it. No. Analysis is also very systematic procedure. You have to take it apart. When you break the bacteria, you talk about bacteria in terms of molecules, or the proteins in terms of molecules, chemistry in terms of physics, physics in terms of mathematics. That is a systematic way of taking apart. First, I take the things that I can pull apart from the sockets. The mouse that comes out of the socket, the keyboard that comes out of it, the monitor that comes. And there is a systematic way of taking it apart also. That is the reductionism that is going on now. And then comes the synthesis program. That is very difficult. That is even more difficult than what we have been. So, and serious scientists know this, but there are buffoons all around, and then they don't understand what is going on, and they say, since people are saying giving Xanax for mental diseases to make you happy, so they think the happiness is in the molecule. So, but so just because you are talking about mind in terms of brain, mind is not going to disappear. Just because you are talking about brain in terms of EMF, electromagnetic fields, and potential differences, and conductance, and resistance, and capacitance, doesn't mean that neurons disappear. Just I model neuron as a RC circuit, resistors and capacitors. Does that mean neuron is not there? No. This is a way of taking apart the neuron. And then I take apart RC circuit and write an equation. And then even when you go down the go more and more towards advanced mathematics, it is not even symbolic. It is diagrammatic. It becomes all diagrams. There are no symbols when you go to very advanced mathematics. So, so I think I'll stop now. I can go on forever.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much, I do.
Yeah, I think we are supposed to do something. No, I got all worked up, and you guys didn't do that. You want to at least Namaka was to do it, meaning just write title of your paper at least, and tell me it. Whatever, or just the name of the topic, or name of the artifact, or whatever. Just write one word in the next 5, 10, 20 minutes. Scribble something. See, you know how I go about doing. If I have to write all the time, I'll be writing papers, and it's very difficult. So first, like if I have to write a paper on ideal user experience, what I'll do is ideal user experience, ideal user experience, ideal. It's like home knows Jaya, home knows Jaya, home knows Jaya. So yeah, that's what I do. Like I keep on. Thinking is difficult. So, but saying is easy. So I'll be simply saying ideal user experience. then, then the thoughts start coming. Then okay, what the hell is ideal user experience? Ideal? Do I mean like ideal gas, or do I mean? So let me see what's the meaning of ideal in the first place. So then I'll look at the list. So you see, everything is difficult. So find the thing that is the most easiest of the difficult thing. Easiest part of the difficult thing. What is the easiest part of this writing project? What is the most easiest part of this writing assignment? It can be different for different people.
The title.
Oh, yeah. To tell the truth, you're not supposed to think of the title at the beginning at all. But I
The
do.
working title.
Yeah, even the working title. So they say if you go but I do everything upside down. I can't get
Mentioning the topic.
I start with the title. You are supposed to start with like what is this? What you found or what you did are the main meats and bones, huh? And then imagine you are writing an experimental paper. That's it's easier to illustrate there. So first you start with figures. You will have some data now. So you start with figures. Huh? You have 5 figures. Then you write the what is in the figure. Huh? So this figure shows on the x-axis, or so you write the figure legend, huh? And then you give a figure caption. Huh? So now you have figure legends, meaning the description of what is in the figure. That is easy to do, which is basically writing what is in the picture now. Huh? So that is easy. Then you give figure, and then you try to organize them. So you give ordering them. Figure 1, figure 2, figure 3, 4. Huh? Then you order them. So then you talk about the figures. So not in the basically this will be rewriting it, but not in distinct paras, as one continuous body. So that would be like the result thing. So experimental. So you'll talk about what is in the figures, but in a different rephrase it. So there will be a lot of repetition in the papers if you read the papers. Then once you write that, and then you write what is the methods. Before you write the methods section. Basically, how you did the experiment and those things. So there is not much thinking involved. So you basically, I put an electrode in the monkey, and I showed a stimuli to the monkey, and those things. Those are the easy parts. So you do the easy parts first, methods first, results next, and then you come back and write the introduction. Why is that you started this experiment? Huh? What made you get into that? And then you write the discussion. Huh? That is a little bit involved, more involved, huh? Because you have to put it into perspective of what it means and all those things. In the result section, you can simply say, this is what I went to the weighing machine. I stood on the weighing machine, and the weighing machine said I weigh 100 kgs or something like that. Huh? That is the easiest part. What does it mean if I say 100? I'm 100 kgs. I gain weight. I lost weight. If I lost weight, what should I do? I should eat more. If I gain weight, what should I do? I should eat less, or so on and so forth. Huh? Then once you are done with all this, then you come and write the abstract, which is a summary of all this. And the last thing you will write is a title. But that never worked for me. I have to go the other way around. I have to find a sexy title first. And then I have to find a very convoluted way of content prose, like a sentence that is almost a paragraph length. So everybody has their own style, but whatever works for you. So whatever is easy, do that easy thing first. Yeah, I liked your joke. Any more questions, comments? So we are almost getting close to saying goodbye. But please feel free to. Okay, yeah. So I see your application of neuroscience in museum experience. Yeah, I see that.
Sir,
Yeah.
so I want to do something along the lines of how nostalgia is used in creating user experience. And I think when it comes to neuroscience, it's kind of related to what we were talking about yesterday about the content accessible memory. So I like if you could like I directly can't think of any examples in terms of maybe uh, digital experiences, but if you can give me some cues on that.
So, what is the if you tell see what I understand is that you want to see how nostalgia can be put into use or brought to bear on user experience design. But do you have any specific user experience in mind or specific artifact in mind?
Like I know like nostalgia plays a huge role in architecture in the way that spaces are designed and there's that whole feeling of home and all of that. But I want that in the digital experience, like to just see if there is nostalgia used as a precursor to user experience.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting. You want to bring in the what is this? Aesthetic and emotional attributes of that experience that one has in architectural buildings to the digital realm. Is that what you're trying to say?
I mean, you of association to maybe a memory of the past, which kind of makes your experience better in the present day. Like if you take the example, like the other day we talked that whole idea of paperboard as the brand. It it has like a small the if you see like the illustrations and all of that, it kind of reminds you of your childhood and it takes you back to your childhood. That's how. So I want to see how nostalgia plays a role in creating user experiences.
Yeah, the paperboard is who designed it? That ad.
I'm not sure.
That's a good one, no?
Yeah.
So I don't mean to be. What exactly does nostalgia mean?
So nostalgia is basically uh,
Longing, huh?
yeah, something along those lines, but it's basically when you something in the present you experience it and it takes you back to your past memory of what you're able to associate this thing with a memory of yours.
with a pleasant memory. Most of the time, nostalgic is always pleasant.
You experience it in the present, but it takes you back into the past.
No, pleasant, pleasant, huh? Pleasant. Huh? Nostalgia.
It doesn't have to be, I mean, it depends on what your past memory is. Suppose it was a sad memory, you might feel a sense of grief. But if good memory, like of maybe how they showed in the paper boat ad, then you feel a sense of warmth and relive your childhood in some sense. So it's basically like a kind of longing for the past, a memory in the past.
Yeah. So let me see. I haven't thought much about nostalgia. You see, I have. That's why I asked you what does it exactly mean. So it's a long, past, good olden days. Does it relate to the idea of good olden days?
Yeah, it could be.
So, do you think somebody was? I think we're talking about how to make a digital experience more uh, more welcoming or more friendly, pleasant for like the age groups that are feel a little bit more threatened. So I think for them, nostalgia might be a good way to go about, because they are by default always talking about good olden days. No, so if in some sense, if you can make it nostalgic in the product, that would automatically resonate with their worldview. No, their world people are always talking about good olden days. So I think that would really get the demographic come flocking to you.
Yeah, that's
If you
true.
make nostalgic, no?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Raidu, I was talking about that thing earlier.
Oh,
So
yeah,
like,
oh, yeah, yeah. See, that would be a good strategy, no? Nostalgia.
Yes, sir.
so basically, the things the user associates or relates to the most should be brought up in the experience to make it
Yeah,
easier for them to understand. Basically,
yeah,
that's the whole point, and reduce the cognitive load as much possible.
yeah. You see, I think like even if it is effortful, or even if there is cognitive load, they probably, if you make it nostalgic, they probably wouldn't mind. See, even though it is difficult for them to talk, they all walk around, make their way in the evening to that park, or all these old people get together and say the world is going to it was how nice in the good olden days. That's all they talk, no? And they make lot of effort to do that talking in the morning or evening, whenever they meet in the community hall or wherever they'll be meeting. So I think they wouldn't be what is this? They wouldn't mind expending some effort, if that is what the experience that they it evokes or in some sense. It need not be explicit also, it can be implicit. See, in the case of paperboard, it was very explicit, no? He
Yeah.
basically said they made paperboards and the kids were playing in the rain, no? That
Yeah.
was the ad, no?
Yes, sir.
So there it was very explicit in your face.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think you can make it implicit also.
Yes, so like in like because I come from a background of architecture, they normally with subtle, maybe it can be a texture on the wall, or maybe
Yeah.
the use of maybe rag sacks, or even like they basically try to engage all of your senses. It could be a particular smell of that place, which you connect with, which brings that longing of the past. So I want to see if there's any examples like this in the digital realm.
See, do like you remember yesterday? I think I was talking about like how say when these guys say there was this futuristic typographers. I don't know who they are, but for some reason they felt that reflective reading is going out of fashion. So they've wanted to people to what is this to counter this speed reading techniques and all these things. So they wanted to try to make people reflect on what they're reading. So what they did is they created font that is little difficult to scan and across. You are forced to read slowly the text. So that gives you time to reflect on what you're reading. So one way you can implicitly make it nostalgic is you can probably, if you I'm just throwing you can, if you're using a font that was there in the typewriters of their days. There must be have been a font that was in the type settings of when they were like if you go back to Gandhi's time, the newspapers might have used a certain font now. That might remind them of their early days of reading newspaper, because the current generation, maybe if you take, say for example, older generation which has a lot of money, they all probably I'll just finish it up. There was a big during the time of Gandhi. If they were like maybe in the Gandhi's time, some people will be still here, no? People who are doing or sometime after Gandhi. Or after there was this huge movement drive towards literacy. People, that's when this there was libraries were started in every village. Every small village used to have a library, and they used to subscribe to newspapers. And there were all like people used to buy lots of newspaper and give people for free to read. And so that's when all this literacy drive started. So those fonts, I don't know what the font is, but they must have printed in certain font, no? So even if they may not consciously remember, yeah, if the app is using that font, or even the hue of the paper, the color of the paper in which it was printed, it may not have been pure white or something. if that background is there on the app, that might take them back there. Just as you are saying, a texture or some in the architecture. So these subtle cues can be used. Mortals can, or even see. You can even look at the what is. See, the visual world has a statistical structure. Say for example, so that was what I was trying to get. What is this? So for example, if you take a photometer and go around and look at the statistics of the world, of this, the stimuli statistics of visual world, now you will find certain statistics, statistical structure. But in the olden days, the visual world might have a different statistical structure. I'm sure it had a different statistical structure. So if you present whatever you are presenting, have, if your presentation or if your app has that visual statistical structure, then that is not something that enters anybody's consciousness. So for example, this guy, what is his name? I think his last name is Webster, Mike Webster. He reviewed my paper on color. So he looked at how the color visual experiences changes is different in India compared to the visual color experience of Americans. So, because the visual environment is different here now, or and that determines our visual experience. So that was my paper on. I posted, I think, on environment and experience. The title of the PDF. So basically, if you change the environment, so all this demographic will have the, since they all shared this experience, shared this environment, their experiences will be tethered to that environment. So necessarily the environment will send them back to those experiences. So I don't know how you go back to the visual world or the world they navigated, meaning the way they navigated the world. So for example, I don't think I can find this paper, but I'll tell you this paper. So some people, they looked at all this architecture. In the olden days, they have all these colosseums or stadiums, the really huge structures where a large number of people gathered, no? And they had, say, for example, during festivals, singing or dancing or some programs. So they were wondering how could this large audience spread across this wide auditoriums or wide spaces could hear these people in the absence of amplifying devices. So when they looked at the auditory environment of the present day and those times, they realized you don't even have to go that far back. Do you hear the trains passing by? The sound of the train now? Any trains passing by?
Yes,
you
sir.
don't hear now in the day. But in the night, if you wake up at 3 o'clock, you can hear the train passing by.
Yeah.
So the reason, what is the difference in between these two auditory environments, auditory scenes? Now there is lot of background noise. So in order for something to be audible, it has to raise above the background noise. No.
Yes,
So
sir.
so even small signal will be audible. It is the contrast. Remember, the brain is always working in terms of the contrast. So it is not the absolute signal. So the sound signal that is coming from the train is same during the daytime and during the midnight. The only reason you are hearing in the midnight is because the background noise fell down. So these archaeologists, what they found is this huge. In the olden days, people could enjoy or listen or enjoy have auditory experiences across wide, large spaces because the background noise was very low. So, of course, drum, there were huge drums and all, but even those huge drums, in order to be audible, but if you look at the old architecture, they are not small places, no. Even, say, for example, Nalanda University, that ruins itself is a huge area, no. So, in order to gather them, so in the absence of amplifying devices, of course, they must have used some techniques to amplify the way they use techniques. I forgot, like if you go to Nalanda ruins, they had some techniques to make sure the light falls where into the room, light enters the room. When it enters, it becomes amplified or some. They use some techniques. I can't recognize it. I can't recollect the exact techniques, but they use some sophisticated architectural techniques. You might be more you might be more well situated to see those, make sense of those. But even though under dim lighting condition, they had to spend. They were always spending a lot of time reading. No, they didn't have electricity and all those things, and they were reading in a very silent places and almost like cave like, but they made sure the light enters where comes in. uh, so they may of course they were, you can't expect somebody to read when the lightning conditions are not permitting. So you have to make. So similarly, you can't have a auditory presentation if it is inaudible to everybody. So so if you don't have to do this, I'm just blabbering this since I got excited with your project, because nostalgia is, as you might recollect, I didn't even know what exactly nostalgia is meant. But so I don't know how easy it is to get the statistical structure of say 50 years, the world, the way say right now, the way you walk in Bangalore would be completely different. If the statistical structure of the people walking in Bangalore would be completely different from the statistical structure of the way people walk in La Jolla, around Salkin Street. So it is the way, because of the environment constraints, the way you can walk. And so I think it would. So these are the subtle subliminal cues that you can use. So if you can translate that into, say, if it, the way they had to navigate through your app or whatever, if you can bring back that statistical structure here, maybe the house, I don't know how wide the streets were, or how what is this uh, 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 in the lightning and shadows, the But very fascinating, very fascinating.
Right, you I think I have a suggestion. I don't know how valid it would be for Katyayani, but
Yeah.
what you were saying just made me think of how ATM machines produce this sound, this catching sound when it gives you cash.
Yeah.
And that sound is something which is very artificially put there, specifically because in older time, the cash dispenser, which people used to have, would produce this sound and the change would move. And that sound, like people got used to that being a comfort sound, which meaning, okay, you've got the money. And the same sound is put in ATMs to give you that comfort level or like that security that, okay, you have the money now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know this. Yeah, that's a good one.
So this is something which you're going back to like your older memory. So during the time when ATM machines came, this was something those users had their past memories were made of the old catching sound. For us now, people who have grown up with ATM machines, the catching sound would seem like, now that we look at the history of it, would seem fake, but like there is a reasoning to it. But yeah, that's what I thought about.
That's very good one. So it works.
Yeah.
So you are on a good on to something good. Very good. Very good.
Sir, is there any scientific study related to this, related to nostalgia and this longing for the past, on like how the brain is wired, like is there like a scientific study related why it occurs maybe?
Sorry?
On why does this concept of nostalgia occur? Like why does it happen? Is there a study like that?
Yeah, my why if I had to get, I would say now I'm sure there will be something. I'll look it up and write to you. Just send me an email so that I can send you. I'm sure there will be. One ready thing I would ready one immediate place you could look is look in the index of what is this 7 sins of memory. If in the index, if there is nostalgia, he might talk about. He's a very good scholar on memory. Nostalgia is related to memory, no?
Yeah.
But it has this additional component. Additional, it's not any just about any memory. It's a very specific memory with a specific. Yeah, look at Dan Schachter. The author is Daniel Schachter, but I think I named the book as memory_sins.
Okay.
See in the in the index. If nostalgia is there, then you have a starting point into neuroscience. I will also look into it. It's a very good.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Very interesting idea.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody wants to go?
Raju, I don't have like a specific topic in mind, but there is the artifact that I am interested in is the digital sketching tablets which we use, which is essentially like a replacement for the mouse that we have attached to our computer. So a lot of why I wanted why I was interested in this was because lately to take online classes, a lot of teachers started buying these digital pads to take classes online so that they can draw on the digital pad, and likewise people on the screen can see. And so I've been using digital pads for a few years now, and I had gotten used to it, and I had used different kinds in terms of one where you can see also while drawing, like you don't have a desktop to see separately. You can just see like how an iPad works, right? You see on the display, you can automatically use a pen, which is very similar to how you would write on a paper.
Yeah, but yeah.
But now, like these digital pads are now mimicking paper, but you look on a different screen and draw. And the kind of learning curve it takes for you to get used to it. Even if you might be a skilled writer or like you might be good at the skill of drawing with a pen on paper, to get used to a digital pad kind of takes time. And like in the beginning, a lot of people kind of find it very difficult, but like slowly it becomes second nature to you. So that was something which which seemed interesting to me. Like the learning curve of it seemed very interesting to me, and I thought like there would be a neurological outlook to that. What would be your thoughts?
No, if you don't, first question is why did they go? Why did they separate this display from the writing thing?
So the thing is, because say if you buy like an iPad, it would cost you a lot. You would rather buy like a cheaper version, which you could attach to your already existing system, like a laptop or a PC, like how you attach a mouse, and then you use that as a surface to draw on.
Oh.
Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. I have never used it. So, but so I was if somebody were to say if somebody were to buy, it could be if you're saying since this is for people who already have a laptop.
Yeah,
So imagine there must be some lot of people who are actually buying laptops every day. No,
yeah.
So no, this wouldn't do any good for them. No, they would go for what is this iPad? Where you can see straight away. No.
Yeah, sure, they would. But this would be a cheaper option for people who already have a laptop. And so like a lot of teachers who have to kind of already take online classes, they already have the infrastructure ready. They might already have laptops. But say, so this specifically happened with like a 9th standard school teacher of mine who used to take mathematics. And he kind of reached out to me saying, which is the most, what would you suggest as a writing this thing? Because I'm finding it difficult to explain it to my students on with the mouse. So, and once he got, once we researched about which ones he wanted to buy, he found one without the display, which he said it took a week for him to kind of get the hang of, but then he did and he's using it. But like this week bit where like it took him 1 week to kind of understand how to make use of a pen-like paper-like surface again to write digitally was a interesting thing. Like and I would somehow relate it to like when we joined design school. Even to like use normal pencil on paper, we were given a lot of exercises to just move our hands and open our hands, make circles, just draw lines and things like that to kind of get the hang of the tool itself. Which like people when they get new tools like say this digital pad don't have an exposure to, okay, I should practice like this. So I was thinking along the lines of this could probably develop into a product which helps you practice. But for this writing assignment, this was something I was interested in. I'm not sure how to approach the writing bit of it, or what, how I should do it.
So, in a sense, here, what is this? The two modalities are separated, no? The vision and what is this? Movement.
Yes. So something that you're used to when like how your hand moves is where your eyes go. It's something which is trained in you over time, and now you are suddenly told to not do that and like relearn that aspect.
But that is very difficult. No, I'm trying to visualize. Huh?
But it's surprisingly not, sir. It just takes exactly, like, I'll say not more than 5 hours for an adult to kind of get the hang of it. It is surprising.
So you'll be writing, say that on a horizontal surface, and you'll be looking at a vertical surface. Is that?
Yes.
Am I correct?
Yes. Wait? I think if I have enough bandwidth, you can see it. Just a second.
It's the thing that you see is the screen, and the thing that you write is on the flat on the horizontal surface.
Yeah. So what you would see here is writing, whereas I'm writing here. Do you see this?
Yeah.
So that thing is like, this is a tool which a lot of people are using now, but this is something which kind of takes getting used to.
But I would have thought it would take an enormous amount of time because it's like, no?
No, it doesn't. It takes like a few hours to get used to though. So say for me, maybe it took lesser, but like for like my teacher and even my mother, these people who have not used it before, it took a few hours and then they could kind of write their name properly or get their real handwriting in it. It takes a few hours, but you get used to it. It's surprising
so you can
how
write
your brain
without
adapts.
you can write something without looking at what you are writing?
Absolutely.
Seriously?
Yes. That is the neuroscience bit, which was like something in the brain is making it happen, and I don't know what it is, but it's like very interesting.
I think you can this is very fascinating too. So I don't know. See, even to look at how this learning, what is happening in the course of the 4 hours of learning. How long did this take you to become fluent? Like you'll be writing like this, basically, and you'll be looking at that.
For anyone, I don't think for anyone to write their normal handwriting. I think like a few hours of practice would be enough. Like for the gentleman I mentioned, he's a person who's like well above, like he's like in his 40s or 50s, and he took like a week. He mentioned that he took just a week to start writing, and he had the one which like he connected to a laptop. It was not like an iPad where you see the display as well. It's like you see the display somewhere else and you write somewhere else. And he's taking classes that way, and a lot of people are taking classes that way.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting to see how what is going on in the learning. It's almost like very fascinating. I didn't realize that you could write without looking at what you are writing. I never thought. Huh? This is was it? Is there any other context in which you do something fine scale without looking at what you're doing?
I guess typewriting and things like that work that way.
That takes a lot of practice, no?
Also, when we use
Sir, the mouse also works like
when we knit things, that also we don't need to see it once we get used to it. We don't even see the needle. So knitting.
Which one are you?
Knitting is an example, I would say. Knitting a sweater.
What is that?
Hello?
Oh, knitting.
Knitting or sewing or stuff like that. So once you get used to it, your hands know what to do. So you don't even need to see it sometimes.
Maybe even people who are like ambidextrous, they can write with both their hands at the same time. Maybe even this is like a phenomenon.
Yeah. Even playing instruments doesn't require you to look at things to play. Like you just get used to it and you play stuff.
Yeah, and
See,
this is
there is
very new this thing, because if anybody can go back and remember the first time they used a mouse, if they got a computer back in the days, it was really hard to navigate using a mouse as well. But then I think we acquired that habit, and when I switched to using tablets, like I mean, I like the pads and all. Even then, I think it took like an hour or so to just adjust myself to using it. So probably we acquired that back when we started using the mouse, because it works like you don't look at the mouse, you
Yeah.
look at the screen and you use the mouse.
Even
It's like
texting, right?
learning to
Like
cycle and then learning to drive in the car.
Yeah.
so
So if we had, yes, I was saying if we didn't have probably say getting used to with the mouse thing as Ananya mentioned, if we hadn't used the mouse, maybe this act would have been more difficult. But since we are used to mouse in our daily life so much, this act is easier.
Okay, so now I got. I think so. There are two visual systems. One is called where, and what. Another is called what. Huh? You remember? Yes, the other day I was talking about visual input. Huh? What is this? Uh, uh, so you take other example I was talking about. There were two discs of equal size, and I remember I said hands can see. I had in one of the I don't know when first few days, first couple of days maybe, I had a slide that said hands can see. Basically, there are two discs that are of same size, and one disc on the left is surrounded by larger disc, I think smaller discs, and the one on the left is surrounded by larger discs. So the one that is surrounded by larger disc looks smaller than the one that is surrounded by smaller discs, even though they both are same visually, if you look at them. But when you grasp them, you position the hands are the way the you hand with the grip. This one is exactly matched to the. There are this correctly. There is no difference, even though they appear different. So in the brain, there are what is called as what and where systems. So I can send you the page numbers. In the principles of neuroscience, the textbook there is in the you can download it from the what is this course abstract. It's a huge textbook. It won't show a preview. It will say it's too big to show preview. So and that one has that one talks about where and what pathways, and so I think that is what is happening here. So the hand movements are going from where pathway, and of course they come together, and the vision is mediated to what pathway. So in that, in some sense, the fact that we are able to do this is probably because this what and where are separate in our brain. So in that sense, this, even though on the surface it might seem like it is an artificial thing, since the system is already designed to look at them the where or how, I think, and what is so in some sense, I think it also fits into the idea that artifact should match the user. So in our brain, we have this two separation already, no, between where and how, between what and where and how, where slash how. So in the I'll send you the page numbers. Just email me. It's in the principles of neuroscience. I think the fact that it is so you learn it so quickly at least as of now, the only way I think I could account for it is because the system is already made to process what information, meaning the images that you see on the screen and how you write them, how and where you write them separately. So the system is already designed to deal with them separately. So that is what is making. Otherwise, it would be really difficult. There is so it already has a separate pathways, and so it already has a mechanism to integrate those separate things. So if you present them separately, it aligns with the separate two pathways. Now, what pathway and where pathway, where or slash how pathway. Writing is where slash how pathway. And seeing on the screen is what pathway. So one is dorsal and one is ventral. The what pathway is at the bottom, where you see the objects, faces, and all in the inferior temporal cortex, and the how is where the movement and all those things are there. So writing is all movement, no? So I'm guessing it is the ability, the ease. So I think you can even publish this. This would be very interesting. Seriously, yeah. Because I haven't come across this is a new thing. No, probably these people started doing this in the past 6 months after Corona came. No.
There is one study that I came across. I think Wacom, the company Wacom did it, where they. I'll send you the paper if you're interested. It's basically the use of digital writing pads versus paper and pen for kids. So in primary school, while they were learning, this was done on Japanese kids. So while they were learning the Japanese script, they took some certain tests which map their brain activity, and they realized in all other ways the children performed like memory tests and any other tests that they did, the kids performed in a similar way, but there was a certain cognitive load on kids when they were using the digital thing versus the the traditional paper and pen to learn writing. But yeah, that was just one case study that I came across. I will just send it to you.
No. I think that is you can simply say the mechanisms, an account, a neuroscientific account of the ready adaptation to the neurobiological account explanation for the what is it? Unreasonably easy adaptation to the new whatever this device is. I'm just, but I think look at this what and where pathways in the principles of neuroscience, and I think that would account for and you should think of publishing this as a see, because this is a recent phenomenon, no? The ease with which people are adapting. Of course, whereas in the case of mouse, it doesn't really matter how you move and all this. But whereas in the case of actually writing text, you have to be really careful. No, even I remember when we were writing early, we used to start here and it used to go up. It used to be very difficult even to write in a straight line while looking also. Yeah. And I don't know it happens to you, but a lot of people have difficulty writing in a straight line. They will either go up or they will either every line will be slanting little bit down, or either go up. So we even while looking at the text, So you'll be writing like this, and you'll notice it happens unconsciously. So you have to consciously control. The teachers will tell you're starting on the ground and going to the sky or going to the patala. They'll be making fun of. So I think. So maybe in that case, maybe looking is interfering with the ability to write in a straight line. Sometimes because the mechanism, the inbuilt mechanism is designed to process them separately. If you look at it, yeah, I think it is very interesting. Yeah, you can think of even writing it as a paper for publication.
Thank you, sir. I'll read. I'll email you about it so you can send me the page number. Yeah. Thank you.
Radu, I have a few quick questions.
Yeah.
Yeah. One is how do we submit the assignment? Second is what is the format of the assignments, and third is what is the word limit, if there is any.
There is no word limit. You are free to take as many or as little words you feel are required to express yourself in a way that is you think is comprehensible to. The only thing I'll be looking at it is you start off writing in a way that is comprehensible to somebody completely outside your field. That you could imagine as your user, prototypical user. So he probably doesn't come from your design background, no, user.
Okay.
And then you can make it more technical, but at the same time accessible, comprehensible to somebody in all design disciplines. Everybody, and then you come down to technical in terms of. I'm talking in terms of technical details. Then you can come down to your specific discipline, and then you say what you did, what you found, and what it means. That's all. Does it make sense?
Yes. And also, how are we going to submit you? Do we email the assignments to you, or what is the format? Is it a Word format, MS Word format? Will that work?
MS Word will work. And do you mind asking Madam how she would like the assignments to be submitted? I think there might be some.
PDF okay?
Yeah,
Then the
PDF.
Word file?
Word, PDF, anything is fine.
Okay, and mode of submission, we will ask Jagriti ma'am.
Yeah. Can you please, do you mind?
Yeah, we can ask.
Yeah.
And also just the last date is September 7, and we can anyhow submit before that also. So
Yeah.
Okay. And in case of any doubts or queries, you will be reachable at your email ID, right?
Yeah. See, send it to my the Gmail posinavraidu@gmail.com, because that I'll get I can see in my mobile. Otherwise, I have to see. I don't. I'm not on the. I'll try to check NID email, but if it is Gmail, it will pop up on my mobile, and I will know. I can try to respond as soon as I can, immediately, most likely. But if it is NID email, it's an extra effort to log in and this thing. Whereas Gmail, I'm always logged in. That's the thing. Is it okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more?
Sir, I have done my topic.
Yeah.
Can you please check it please, and tell me is it right? My topic was how Decathlon Playground helped them overtake Adidas and Nike sports gear retailing. So, according to me, what I felt like the playground play, their establishment, how they started everything. Whenever they go to any new space or new area, new region, they first start people advertising about what are the sports out there and what and how it needs to be healthy and how is it useful, and they try to create a community, and after which only they start building up their stores in the presence of people. So maybe that's how it makes people loyal towards that brand. So when it gets open at that place, just because even looking at people play, they are maybe attracted towards it, and even playing out there, they become loyal and they know that this brand would help them to get the proper and right choice for themselves. So this is maybe in subconsciously they are just trying to
Yeah.
get the people.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
in that manner, I thought I can write.
Yeah. That's good. That's very good. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Sir.
Yeah. Yeah. Please,
Yeah.
Ananya.
So
Ananya.
I yeah, I'm not very sure if my segment is an artifact, but I want to understand a concept. There is this some brands create this feeling of community or identity amongst their customers. A lot of time it is through websites and their products. So I wanted to understand what was the neuroscience behind planning how you put forward your information, or how do you communicate with your customers to create such a community feeling. So for doing that, this is in reference to one of the websites which I liked back as a kid. It was a fan website for Harry Potter. So the website basically doesn't sell anything. It is just a repository of a lot of articles and more information. But a lot of people go and visit, and the whole website creates a feeling of community amongst the people who visit. So I wanted to analyze this website or more if I can find while I do my research, and see how they put forward information, or if there are any more features they add to do this.
Oh, so I think it's good. So what you're trying to see is to understand how this sense of belongingness develops. What is it about this? Hmm? Is that what you're trying to get at?
Yeah, because the community, yeah, because the communities are like global, so that you cannot say that some ethnicity or gender or all these things like they globally manage a lot of people. So I just want to understand where the commonality lies and how is it managed.
Yeah, this is that's very interesting. So one area you might probably you might have heard this term social neuroscience. Huh?
So what?
Social neuroscience.
Can you repeat that?
Yes, or social.
Social
Yeah,
neuroscience.
yeah. So I think
Okay, yeah.
there they look at these kind of issues. What is that? What is it about that? The belonging, how the sense of belongingness, sense of community. And maybe even in the in principles of neuroscience, see if in the index there is social neuroscience mentioned. I think there might uh, um, or check out this journal called Nature Human Behavior. Nature Human Behavior.
Yes. Nature, human behavior.
Yeah, and there, I think, see, the search function there, I think, is very bad. So it's, you can try like searching for articles like sense of belongingness and say, but I think I will also look for it. Just send me an email. Whatever you,
Yeah, sure.
and then I'll try to look for literature that informs this. But I think the question that you are interesting and basically you are trying to look at what is this, what is it about this website that engenders this sense of belongingness
Yeah.
or community feeling. Yeah? Across
Yeah.
very diverse.
Completely chosen category. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it
That's
completely removes the demographics
yeah,
part that you
yeah,
take into research.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Very good, very
Yeah.
good. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yeah. I'll mail you tonight.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
yeah. You're welcome. Anybody who want to go? Is everybody gone? So I think it's already getting close to 6. Maybe they'll close the institute. Yeah. So shall we call it a day? And if you email me, I can respond to you as quickly as I can. And most of the time I'll be depending on what. Shall we say goodbye?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Goodbye.
Bye bye.
Goodbye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so
Bye
much.
bye.
Bye.
Thank you,
Bye
sir.
bye.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Bye,
Thank you.
Katyayani. All the best. All the best
Thank
with
you,
your
sir. Thank
writing.
you, Raidu.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Bye. Thank you so much.
Bye. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.